Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami. Dhammam saranam gacchami. Sangham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Mahaprajna Paramita Heart Sutra. Bodhisattva Avalovikdeshvara, while deeply immersed in prajna paramita, clearly perceived the empty nature of the five skandhas and transcended all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. So it is with feeling, conception, volition, and consciousness. Shariputra, all dharmas are empty in character, neither arising nor ceasing, neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore in emptiness there is no form, there is no feeling, conception, volition, or consciousness. No eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body or mind. No form, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, no dharmas at all. No realm of vision, and so forth, up to no realm of mind consciousness. No ignorance or ending of ignorance, and so forth, up to no aging and death or ending of aging and death. There is no suffering, no cause of suffering, no extinction of suffering, and no path. There is no wisdom and no attainment. There is nothing whatsoever to be attained. By way of prajnaparamita, the bodhisattva's mind is free from hindrances. With no hindrances there is no fear. Freed from all distortion and illusion, ultimate nirvana is reached. By way of prajnaparamita, Buddhas of the past, present, and future attain anuttara samyak sambodhi. Therefore prajnaparamita is the great powerful mantra, the great enlightening mantra, the supreme and peerless mantra. It can remove all suffering. This is the truth beyond all doubt, and the prajnapara mantra is spoken thus. Gate gate paragate parasam gate bodhisvaha gate gate paragate parasam gate bodhisvaha gate gate paragate parasam gate bodhisvaha. So, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? We come together for our morning session, concerned with enlightenment. We'll start with an introduction on Chan Buddhism. What is Chan Buddhism? Nice. Hi out there in Spain. I'd like to have some property out there one day. Chan Buddhism emerged as one of the most effective and influential schools of Buddhism in China, several centuries after the introduction of Buddhism into that country. Drawing freely on the whole range of Buddhist scriptures and treatises, without adhering to any fixed system, Chan attracted a large following and eventually played a key role in the development of the complete reality school of Neo-Taoism and the Neo-Confucian movement known as the study of principle. The Chan talks translated here are of a genre known as general explanations, introduced by masters of the Song dynasty, the years 960 to 1278. When the great collections of Chan lore and case studies were compiled and elucidated by leading teachers of the age. Chan approaches to the realization of mental liberation and enlightenment are best illustrated by its teachers. Ma Zu said, "The way does not require cultivation, just don't defile it." What is defilement? As long as you have a fluctuating mind, artificiality, or compulsive tendencies, all of this is defilement. His successor, De Mei, said, "You should each individually clarify your own mind, getting to the root without pursuing the branches. Just get the root, and the branches come of themselves. If you want to get the root, just get to know your mind." Bai Zhang, another successor of Ma Zu, said, "Chan study is like washing a dirty garment. The garment is originally there. The dirt comes from outside." The process of purification is to strip away influences of habit. If people in the process of purification cannot get rid of the diseases of greed and hostility, they are as yet unhearing worldlings and still have to be taught to practice meditation and cultivate insight. Be master of mind. Don't be mastered by mind. If anyone should say, "I am capable of explaining, I am able to understand, I am the teacher, you are the disciples," this is the same as demonic suggestion and pointless talk. Baizhang's successor Gui Shan said, "The mind of a wayfarer is plain and direct, without artificiality. There is no denial or inclination, no deceptive, errant mental activity. At all times, seeing and hearing are normal. There are no further details, and one does not shut the eyes or block the ears. As long as feelings don't stick to things, that will do." The sages since time immemorial have just explained the problems of pollution. If one does not have all that false consciousness, subjective views, and habits of thought, one is like an autumn pond, clear and still, pure and uncontrived, placid and uninhibited. If one truly awakens and realizes the fundamental, one spontaneously knows when cultivating or not cultivating is a dualistic expression. Now, if beginners, like me and you, have conditionally attained a moment of sudden realization of inherent truth, but there are still long-standing forces of habit they cannot yet clear away all at once, it is necessary to teaching them to clear away streaming consciousness manifesting habitual activity. This is cultivation, but that is not to say there is a particular method to practice or to take to. Zhu Feng said, "You must perceive your essential nature in order to attain enlightenment." So we have this opportunity together to really examine and to listen to and look at some of these very profound and wonderful and fantastic deep teachings of the Chan school on enlightenment. What is perceiving essential nature? It means perceiving your own original nature. What is its form? When you perceive your own original nature, there is no concrete object to see. Terms for the one mind are Buddha nature, reality as such, the hidden essence, the pure spiritual body, the pedestal of awareness, the true soul, the innocent, universal mirror-like knowledge, the empty source, the ultimate truth, and pure consciousness. Linji said, people who study Buddha's teaching in the present time should seek real, true, perceptive understanding for now. If you attain real, true, perceptive understanding, you are not affected by birth and death, free to leave or to stay. You don't need to seek anything extraordinary. The extraordinary will come of itself. Followers of the way, past worthies since olden times, all had ways to develop people. As for what I point out to people, it just requires that you do not take on the delusions of others. If you need to act, then act, with no further hesitation and doubt. When students today do not attain, where is the illness? The illness is in not trusting yourself, being turned around and changed by myriad objects, not attaining independence. If you can put to rest the mind that runs around seeking thought after thought, you will not be different from masters and Buddhas. Do you want to know a master, a Buddha? It is just what is in your presence, listening to the teaching. It is when students don't trust that they run seeking outside. Even if you find something, it is all verbal description of excellence. You never get the living meaning of the masters. Linji also said, followers of the way, you urgently need to seek to attain real, true, perceptive understanding, to go anywhere in the world freely and avoid being confused by the commonplace sprites. Just do not contrive. Just be normal. When you try seeking elsewhere outside, searching for something extra, your standpoint and method are already mistaken. You just try to seek Buddha, but Buddha is a name, a term. Do you know what it is that is running off searching? The emergence of Buddhas and masters, past, present, and future, everywhere, is just to seek truth. Followers of the way now engaged in study also just do it to seek truth. Only when you've found truth are you finished. If you don't, you go round and round in mundane states as before. What is the truth? The truth is the phenomenon of mind. The phenomenon of mind is formless, all-pervasive, presently functioning, evident in action right now. Because people don't trust enough, they accept names and terms, seeking in writings, to figure out the Buddha's teaching conceptually. This is as far from it as the earth is from the sky. Followers of the way, what truth do my sermons expound? They expound the phenomenon of the ground of mind, which can enter into the ordinary and enter into the holy, can enter into purity and enter into pollution, can enter into the absolute and enter into the conventional, and yet it is not your absolute or conventional, ordinary or holy, but is able to assign names to everything, absolute and conventional, ordinary and holy, while the absolute and conventional, ordinary and holy cannot fix a label on this person. Followers of the way, if you can, go ahead and use it, without attaching labels anymore, calling it mysticism. Do we have any questions so far on the Chan teachings, on the truth? The bee outside is struggling to get in, but there's nothing here for it. And if anything, if it does get in, it will be trapped. So I say to that bee, seemingly humping the glass, go and be free in the wide open. Do not pursue the light. Do not pursue the sweet. Do not avoid the sour. But go, 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 and fly away. You are invited to find a comfortable, stable, mindful position, to sit upright, to be fully aware of body and mind as they are now, not seeking after anything, not attempting to avoid anything. And we will begin our reading with Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu. Just this. If you can take it up immediately, you are like the sky covering everywhere, like the earth, supporting everywhere, with nothing at all lacking anymore, and no second view. Even if every atom and every land in the whole infinite ocean of fragrant waters were to pierce your nostrils at once, it wouldn't come down anywhere else. If, on the other hand, you think about it and try to discuss it, then you're out of touch. Therefore it is said that when a single thought is not produced, and before and after are cut off, this is called Buddha. If, however, you get involved in thought and make comparisons, distinguish subject and object, and produce intellectual interpretations, then you're 1,000,000 miles away. The school of the ancestral teachers just teaches that seeing must be true seeing, enlightenment must be true enlightenment, and realization must be true realization. Each of you has a spiritual, subtle essence. To tell you the truth, if you get flustered as soon as you are pressed, how can you see it intimately, trust it completely, and have the bottom fall out of the bucket? Just because your false ideas from beginningless time are thick, you remain in the realm of sense objects and have never set foot on the scenery of your original ground and clearly seen your original face. If you are a real true person, you will get it immediately, realizing that birth is fundamentally unborn and death is fundamentally undying. Where there is no birth or death, 1,000 sages cannot see, and even the great compassionate one with 1,000 hands cannot bring it up. Right now, if you can look within, there is no second person. You won't need me to go on and on, entering the mud and water, not sparing my eyebrows, much less scattering sand and dirt, speaking of mind and nature, unavoidably falling into 7 and 8, fooling you to your face. Haven't you seen how the oven breaker monk heard that an ancient shrine was making mischief? So he led 18 disciples into the mountains to have a look at it. There was no sign of spirituality at all. They only saw an empty room with a clay oven. He hit this with his staff and said, "You were made out of clay. Where does the spirit come from? Where does the holiness originate?" The oven then collapsed. The oven breaker said, "It is broken, broken, collapsed, collapsed." Unexpectedly, a spirit personage came out from behind the paper money offerings and said, "I am the spirit of the oven. Having had the teacher expound the principle of no origination, I have now gained birth in heaven." Given thanks, it left. The 18 disciples then said to the teacher, "We have all attended the teacher for a long time, but have never been taught the principle of no origination. Today, why was the oven spirit so lucky as to have the master expound it?" The oven breaker said, "I just told it, you were made of brick and clay. Where does the spirituality come from? Where does the holiness originate?" His followers all bowed. The oven breaker said, broken, broken, collapsed, collapsed. Those 18 disciples all realized enlightenment. Any questions so far? Anything standing out to you or connecting with you? How about my holding up a whisk now? Tell me, is this the same as the oven breaker or different? Broken, broken, collapsed, collapsed. If you can see, not only do you not turn your back on the oven breaker monk, you do not turn your back on the ancestral teachers of all times. If you do not see, not only do you turn your back on the oven breaker, you also turn away from your own self. Knowing there is this thing is not gotten from another. That's why he said, where does the spirituality come from? Where does the holiness originate? As you people see, this present body is developed from the blood and energy of your father and mother. If you can recognize the subtle essence of spiritual luminosity therein, neither ordinary people nor sages can find your mental faculty. Then there is no perception and conception within, no mountains, rivers, and earth outside. Wearing clothes and eating food as usual, there is nothing extraordinary besides. Therefore it is said, if I face a sword mountain, the sword mountain spontaneously crumbles. If I face hell, hell spontaneously vanishes. Only then do you know there is such a spiritual power, there is such freedom. As for Chan monks now, why don't they turn attention around and look within, clearly affecting penetration? If you can't understand yet, for now, settle down and silently investigate. Haven't you seen how Grand Master Yun Men said, you divine this way and that. Even if you suddenly hit on it, it still is uncertain. If you open up your own treasury, you can bring out your own wealth and save everybody, causing beginningless illusions to be emptied at once. Won't that be delightful? In the past, when I was suffering mortally from a fever, one day I saw the road ahead as a boundless darkness, and I had no idea where I was going. When I revived, I was so shaken up by the issue of life and death that I determined to go traveling to call on enlightened teachers and comprehend this matter. First, I went to Guishan and called on Master Zen. Facing a wall all day silently, I contemplated cases of the ancients over and over. In about a year, I suddenly had an insight, but it was just recognizing radiant spirituality ahead of donkeys, but behind horses. It just worked within the physical body. If confronted by someone, it was as if I had no insight. just because of being buried in the pit of liberation, with the Chan path filling my belly. When I observed in the context of Buddhism, it seemed to be there. But when I observed in the context of mundane reality, it wasn't. Subsequently, I went to Master Bai Yun's place, where he told me, "You have no insight at all." After this, I had no sense of meaning whatsoever, and left in a state of turmoil with a feeling of doubt in my mind, so I couldn't be at ease. I went to Bai Yun again, and he had me serve as an attendant. One day it happened that a government official asked the teacher about the way. The master said, "Officer, haven't you read the poem on the young beauty that says, 'She calls her maid repeatedly, but has no task for her that needs to be done. She just wants her husband to notice her voice.'" The official didn't understand, but when I heard it, I suddenly broke through the bucket of lacquer and personally saw right where I was that it never comes from another. Only then did I believe that within heaven and earth, in the universe, there is a jewel hidden in the mountain of form. The appearance of Buddha in the world, the coming of the founder of Chan from the West, just taught people to understand this one thing. If you don't yet know, you just fabricate knowledge and make up interpretations, staring and glaring, never knowing this is just rubbing your eyes, producing visual illusions, wearing stocks, handing over an indictment. When has this ever gotten freedom and ease, like a snowflake on a red-hot furnace? If you have broken through, everything, even a shout or a slap, is all right. You'll never make up this interpretation. Only then can you put down the burden of other and self and rest completely. Only then can you be unaffected by birth and death. You need to actually arrive at this state. Only that will do. If you really reach this, then you can discourse on the great cause and set up the banner of the teaching. Pull out nails and remove wedges for all people, dissolving, sticking, and removing bonds, uplifting thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, like the golden-winged bird diving into the sea and directly seizing dragons to swallow, like bodhisattvas diving into the ocean of birth and death to scoop up sentient beings and put them on the shore of enlightenment. Only then can you bring up everything at once, comprehend all in one realization. Can I order one cappuccino? Okay. How is everyone doing this morning? What time is it where you are? Tomorrow we have a very, very big event taking place. So we have Mahashivasti, which is a special Hindu day, time, where all of the stars and all of the planets will be in alignment. And so it is the invitation to stay up for the full night, although for you it may be the full day, depending on what side of the equator that you're on. Let's continue with the teaching from Yuan Wu. Sometimes a shout is like a diamond sword. Sometimes a shout is like a lion crouching on the ground. Sometimes a shout is like a probing pole and shadowing grass. Sometimes a shout does not act as a shout. Only thus can you kill and enliven freely, dispensing according to the time. This is called I am the master of the teaching, independent in respect to the teaching. You have taken up your bags and bowls to visit teachers all over. You yourselves have a priceless, precious prescription in your heart. Study here. My late teacher always used to say, don't study crystal pitcher Chan. It will shatter as soon as it is touched by someone even lightly. When you seek, you should seek leather bag Chan. Even if knocked down from a high mountaintop, it still won't be damaged. When the fire ending the eon goes through, this won't be destroyed in us. If you are a real adept, when you meet someone with methods like a boar-biting dog, put down your baggage and stay there for 10 or 20 years to become unified. But how can you attain independent liberation? You must be someone who's entered the flow in order to know such a thing. Yuan Wu. Everyone is adequate. Every individual is complete. Just seek in yourself. Don't seek from others. Why? Seeking from others pertains to another. If you abandon yourself to follow another, you are far from the way. You need to realize that there is something in yourself that illumines all time, like 10 suns shining together. It is just that false ideas of time immemorial are dense and thick, clouding and blocking your own mind. When you look back, there is boundless darkness. But when it comes to the various sounds and forms of worldly cognition and perception, the moment they appear before you, they are all clearly comprehended. Isn't this turning away from awareness to objects of sense? Seeking from others and being unable to reverse attention? Now about the skillful means expressed by the countless words of Buddhas and masters since ancient times. What do they clarify? It is just that you contrive intellectual brilliance and make judgments and comparisons affected by the opinions, thoughts, and conceptual assessments you produce. Having confused your original self, you set up subject and object, manifestation and knowledge, affirmation and negation. All mixed up, you cannot get free. That is why the masters and Buddhas appear in the world, just to teach you to stop opinions and clear them all away. Now tell me, how do you stop? Directly be as if letting go off a precipice, giving up your life, giving up perception and cognition, giving up bodhi, nirvana, thusness, liberation. Whether pure or defiled, give it up all at once, making yourself clean and naked, bare and untrammeled. Then you will spontaneously understand 1,000 on hearing one. Directly taking up responsibility from this, you come back to observe the operations of the Buddhas and masters. They are none other, no different from your own self. Even in a bustling city, the transactions of the people, even the sighing of the wind and the chatter of the birds, are all not separate from yourself. After that, Buddhas and sentient beings are one. Afflictions and enlightenment are one. Mind and objects are one. Light and darkness are one. Positive and negative are one. The 1,000 differences and myriad distinctions are all one. Then you can churn the Ganges River into butter, transmute the whole earth into gold. All becomes one, yet even the one is not established. After that, walking is just walking. Sitting is just sitting. Wearing clothes is just wearing clothes. Eating meals is just eating meals. You are like a clear mirror on a stand. When a foreigner comes, a foreigner is reflected. When a native comes, a native is reflected. Wherever you are, without calculation. Therefore, myriad circumstances may suddenly come upon you, yet they don't disturb your spirit. 1,000 difficulties may variously confront you, but they don't affect your thought. Can this be assessed by crude and shallow worldly knowledge and perception? This is an extremely subtle condition. Students of the way may concentrate single-mindedly for 10 or 20 years and still not get through to it, while some may understand it as soon as they hear of it. And there may be those who realize it on their own without a teacher. If one cannot understand oneself right away, that still cannot obstruct anyone else. This is hardest for grandees, because they pursue mundane occupations and work for the state. That is why it is comparatively difficult for them to awaken. But those who attain are fundamentally no different in themselves. If you are someone as yet unable to comprehend, you need keenness of faculties and nature. Look right where you are, and you will comprehend once you hear. Li Fuma, for example, setting his mind on the path of the masters, associated with Yang Wen. They cut and polished day and night. Later, he met Chan Master Shi Men Si Zhao, who cited the case of the minister Fang Ru of the Tang dynasty, asking Chan Master Jingshan Guoyi, "What is the ultimate meaning of the great way of the ancestral teachers?" Jingshan said, "This is a matter for great people, not something of which generals and ministers of state are capable." When he heard this, he was greatly enlightened. Afterwards, he composed a verse, saying, "To learn the way, you must be made of iron. Get a hold of the mind, and it will be settled. Head directly for unexcelled enlightenment. Don't be concerned with yes or no at all." So there may be some value here in listening very closely to what Yuan Wu says, these direct teachings. Just this. If you can take it up immediately, You are like the sky covering earth, like the earth supporting everywhere, with nothing at all lacking anymore, and no second view. Even if every atom and every land in the whole infinite ocean of fragrant waters were to pierce your nostrils at once, it wouldn't come down anywhere else. And this is the part that I really find interesting. If, on the other hand, you think about it and try to discuss it, then you are out of touch. Therefore it is said that when a single thought is not produced, and before and after are cut off, this is called Buddha. If, however, you get involved in thought and make comparisons, distinguish subject and object, and produce intellectual interpretations, then you are 1,000,000 miles away. He sure spoke in an extraordinary manner. But how about going forth as a general, or going in as a minister, pacifying the country and stabilizing work, eliminating violence and disorder? Isn't this greatness? So why did Jing Shan then say this is a matter for great women, not something of which generals and ministers are capable? You should realize that the one road beyond does not admit so much as a hair. This is why Dongshan said, when you see Buddhas and patriarchs as born enemies, only then do you have a part in study. But Buddhas and patriarchs are teachers of all people, resorts of all people. Why does he speak of them as born enemies? You tell me, what is the work of great people? It is imperative that you don't take on the judgments of others, getting free from cliches. Be an individual, outstanding, walking alone in the triple world, with penetrating clarity, free through and through, desireless, with no dependency, attaining great independence, without the slightest subjective interpretation of Buddhism, like a simpleton, like a dunce, like wood, like stone, not distinguishing south or north, not differentiating cold or warmth, dim and silent, like someone with utterly no ability or understanding, while in your gut, being strict in your measures, alert and watchful in action, so there is nothing that is not clear. Then you penetrate at once the sayings of the ancients with their 1,000 differences and myriad distinctions. As for people who have not arrived at this state, you need to be able to turn to a bag of antiques, level the high, and reach out to the low for the sake of others. For example, in olden times, when the minister Yu Di went out to take over the garrison of Xiangyang, he was cruel in punishment, executing all offenders. Then when he read the scripture of the Bodhisattva of compassion, he had doubts. One day he called on Chan Master Dao Tong of Violent Jade Mountain and asked, "What is the black wind blowing the boat down into the land of demons?" Raising his voice, the master said, "You lackey, Why do you ask such a thing?" Hearing this, Yu was enraged. The master then said, "This is precisely the black wind blowing the boat down into the land of demons." Yu Di thereupon got insight. "You tell me, when he asked the Chan master this question, why did the master answer him this way? He was bringing out his basic ignorance, pointing it out to him as it appeared, undoubtedly skillfully. Nevertheless, that was not as good as it would have been if his follow-up statement were not needed, and he had followed him up, breaking in two. Then he'd have some breath of a patch-robed monk. When he went so far as to point out the answer for him, this was an expedient massage." We do have a GoFundMe link set up by Kira. Welcome to take a look at that. Kira is looking to raise $3,000. I believe that's the goal, the larger goal.
Namo fundamental teacher Shakyamuni Buddha. Namo fundamental teacher Shakyamuni Buddha. Namo fundamental teacher Shakyamuni Buddha. Prashna Paramita Sutra Bodhisattva Avaloki Teshvara, while deeply immersing Prashna Paramita, clearly perceived the empty nature of love, I stand thus and transcended all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. So it is with feeling, conception, volition, and consciousness. Shariputra, all dhammas are empty in character, neither arising nor ceasing, neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, there is no feeling, conception, emotion, volition, or consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dhammas, no realm of vision, and so forth, up to no realm of mind consciousness, no ignorance or ending of ignorance, and so forth, up to no aging and death or ending of aging and death. There is no suffering, no cause, no extinction, no past, there is no wisdom and no attainment. There is nothing to be attained by way of prajna paramita. The bodhisattva's mind is free from hindrances. With no hindrances, there is no fear, free from all distortion and delusion. Ultimate nirvana is reached by way of prajna paramita. Buddhas of the past, present, and future, Anyatara, Samya Sambodhi. Therefore, prajna paramita is the great powerful mantra, the great enlightening mantra, the supreme and fearless mantra. It can remove all suffering. This is the truth beyond all doubt, and the prajna paramita mantra is spoken. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhi.
External conditions are ever-changing, yet all changes follow one underlying principle. As long as our mind is in command, we will have the power to transform external conditions, turning misfortune into blessings, difficulties into opportunities. When this mind is master of itself, all the actions of our daily life will be perfectly appropriate. When we are able to see through our own delusions and let go, our minds will achieve peace and tranquility. Buddhism teaches dependent arising, which means everything happens due to the coming together of specific causes and conditions. To accomplish anything, the right conditions must be present. However, we do not wait for this to happen. We should strive to create and develop them ourselves. Therefore we say, before we become a Buddha, first make good karma with people. In our daily lives, our six senses come into contact with external objects every moment. When we encounter objects to our liking, greed and craving immediately arise. Therefore, we need to always reflect and examine our thoughts. When an affliction arises, detect it and turn it around right away. so we can maintain this present mind in constant samadhi and wisdom. Okay, gratitude for Maria. Maria making a $100 donation. Thank you, Maria. So Dr. Rob's going to be getting a motorbike, it seems like. Thank you, Maria. We can take a look for the Mahashivasti countdown with Sadhguru, because Sadhguru is going to be, it's going to be a lot of performances and all that. So let's see. Mahashivasti. So it's going to start tomorrow. Well, it's going to start about 36 hours from now. It's going to start about 36 hours from now. Yeah. 12:30 p.m. GMT, if that means anything to you. So it's 24 hours from now and then 13 hours plus. And Shiva will be here arriving from the airport. So we'll be staying up all night together and then the next day going to the temple.
Please. Please join. Your palms and bow. I vow to deliver innumerable sentient beings of self-nature. I vow to cut off endless vexations of self-nature. I vow to master limitless approaches to Dharma of self-nature. I vow to attain supreme Buddhahood of self-nature. Welcome to you all. This is a class on no mind or just mind. This is something that is a theme that runs through Chan Buddhism and is also essential in terms of Mahayana Buddhism, not only in Chan Buddhism, but in all parts of Mahayana, including the Tibetan practice, in particular, the Dzogchen practice. What we're going to do today is not try to go through a scholastic way of approaching it, as much as a one that's practical in terms of how we can work with it and how it defines how we practice in our daily lives and how we practice when we sit on the cushion. You will find a lot of references or tips as to how one sits in meditation in this kind of an idea of what initially appeared as one mind samadhi or single-minded purpose, and evolved to just mind through to no mind. It is essentially all the same, except that along the way, when people began to get attached to the idea of just mind, then there was a shift to say no mind, so that one could not have an idea of something to serve as a platform. It, in fact, is what is one enters, and I use the term one enter in a samsaric way to enter into Chan. And when we enter into Chan, there really isn't any entering with it, because everything is mind. Everything is this idea of non-duality. All of these things, they all fit together, and they fit together in terms of the idea of no self, also of impermanence of things, and the concept of suffering or nirvana, which are the three seals, and depending on who is presenting them, the third seal is either suffering or nirvana. But essentially, the Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra says there is no suffering and there's no nirvana as well, so that we ending up in the same position of just mind. I wanted to see where we start, because there's a bunch of things I want to try to weave together here in terms of this. The term no mind is one which is one where we could say in Sanskrit asita or asika, and it's often referred to as no mental state. This is not quite correct. Mind is not a mental state. Mental states appear in mind, but mind is not distinguished or has a characteristic of a mental state as a permanent characteristic. These are appearances that appear within mind. So the idea when we say no mind, it does not mean that there aren't appearances in mind, or one uses their mind to say, oh, I will pick up this paper, I will put it down now. That certainly is using your mind. But the thing is there's a couple of issues or presumptions when we say that certainly is using your mind, because is it my mind that picked up the paper and put it down, or is it just mind functioning? So we cannot say for a certainty that this paper and the hand that picked it up and put it down belonged to a particular entity. It was just a function that is occurring. But because we become attached to certain things, we think that this is happening from the viewpoint of a life or a being or something in this way, in which we see things from a viewpoint of subject and object, or duality. It is possible to pick up the paper and put it down without having a thought. Well, what is this when we talk about this no thought? Is this wu yin? And we have to back up for a little bit, because in the beginning there was this idea of of no mind, wu xin, and wu xin, HSIN in Chinese means no mind, but then Huai Ning came up with Wu Yin, which is no thought, which is a further elaboration of that, to say that one of them you could say that there is no mind, but the no thought is an examination or a clarification.
So this is Gilbert. Gilbert is the one of the Western Dharma heirs. So Dharma lineage holders of Shifu Shengyan, founder of Dharma Drum, the Dharma Drum Chan tradition lineage.
As much as it can be in the samsaric realm, that there is no one to entertain a thought. Although the thoughts can rise and fall, I have a thought of giving the lecture, and then I'm doing the lecture now. When I finish, I will have the thought of not lecturing, but in between, there are thousands of thoughts that arise, but then they're just immediately put down so that one does not cling to it. And so in this way, even we cannot say that there is a one that can cling to it, because it's just simply the mind functioning in a perfect way. And so it is this that what we practice in Chan. And again, I'm going to be jumping around a little bit in accordance of how it begins to come out. I wanted to read something from Huang Po, and circa, I think it's the eighth century. And he said this, he said, mind is no mind of conceptual thought. So when he's saying mind, it's not the mind of conceptual thought, meaning when we talk about conceptual thought is I am thinking, I am doing, I am driving, I am washing my bowl, I am speaking, whatever. If there's no conceptual thought, it is still possible that the mind can sit and do the things in a proper way without interference from the idea of conceptual thinking, or the idea of duality, or discriminating or differentiating in what one is doing. One is in that moment liberated to be able to express and demonstrate mind freely in this moment. It's actually very wonderful, because you don't get in the way. So we have this idea, we have to understand, okay, this is a conceptual thought. This is where the ship runs aground right away. But if we don't, and we're able to navigate through these passes and not bump into this and bump into that, then it works just right. and it is completely detached from form. So it isn't that I'm sitting here as Gilbert and presenting a lecture. There's just simply, we could say, a heart that is expressing this information. It's expressing it in a way in accordance with causes and conditions, and understanding that it can have an appropriate effect and begin to balance the environment as it does it. So there isn't any necessary form there, because we understand all of the form itself is empty. So Buddhas and sentient beings do not differ at all. If you can only rid yourselves of conceptual thought, you will have accomplished everything. Um, this is why it's talked about of non-conceptual wakefulness. This is what he's saying here. If you can do that, that's called non-conceptual wakefulness. You are awake. Mind is awake. Mind is functioning without duality, without locality, um, and um, and and temporally the same thing. This is not very easy for us to do, because we're constantly advised, don't bump into that wall, you have to go down the hallway, or you have to do this. There's certain barriers here that you have to navigate, and certain time you have to do it within, and so you have to function in accordance with that. When we're in samsara, it's just as what the Bible says, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar, so render unto samsara what is samsara. We understand that, but it doesn't necessarily curtail our ability to use this mind in a liberated way, irregardless of the limitations that we have navigating through this limited world that we find ourselves in, understanding that this world is still malleable, it's still a dream, so we can mold it in the way we want. And our heart then sets on a course to mold the environment in a very productive way to uplift humanity and create a pure land here. All of this is a liberation of being able to do this in a very good way. And if it just has to do with making a meal, so be it. The mundane ordinary is the same. There's nothing superior to one cutting um, vegetables for their meal, and one that is presenting the Dharma. All things in due time, and they happen in this way. But if you students of the way do not rid yourselves of conceptual thought in a flash, even though you strive for eon after eon, you will never accomplish it. Enmeshed in the victorious practices of the three vehicles, you will be unable to attain enlightenment. Nevertheless, the realization of one mind may come after a shorter or longer period. There are those who, upon hearing this teaching, rid themselves of conceptual thought in a flash. There are others who do this after following through the 10 beliefs, 10 stages, 10 activities, 10 stages of the Bodhisattva's practice. Whether they transcend conceptual thought by longer or shorter, the result is a state of being. There is no pious practicing, no action of realizing. And this is when I mention that when there's no pious practicing, it isn't in this way. We are constantly demonstrating all these 10 stages that he just mentioned, but not sacredly or saintly. It is just simply done via function. This is the first level. The second level is trying to accord ourselves with this pious practice, and trying to act like we are a bodhisattva, rather than demonstrating it moment to moment without having the idea as I am a bodhisattva demonstrating this, just simply letting the mind rest. And it's resting in this wisdom, which will automatically reflect in body, speech, and mind. So it's very, very important. And I ran into this because I've been talking about this quite a bit, emphasizing the demonstration. of the practice over a practice that is one that we're trying to accord with something and try to earn our merit badges or reach the sixth this or the seventh that or whatever. And this too is Huang Po, and he says, as to performing the six paramitas, which I've been talking about quite a bit lately, the perfections of wisdom, a vast number of similar practices are gaining merits as countless as the sands of the Ganges, since you're fundamentally complete. In every respect, you should not try to supplement that perfection by such meaningless practices. Wow. He went right to it and says, it's like putting, if you already have been given a ice cream sundae, and for those who don't know what an ice cream sundae is, generally it's 3 scoops of ice cream, and they have nuts and whipped cream and chocolate and maybe strawberry syrup. And then on top, there's a cherry. Hopefully, I'm not making any of you guys hungry. But in any case, he's saying to practice in a way where you're trying to mimic this is like putting an extra cherry on top. You don't need that. You just need to do it. All this Dharma, and you'll see in a moment, it weaves together so beautifully. When there is occasion for them, perform them. And when the occasion is past, remain quiescent. If you are not absolutely convinced that the mind is the Buddha, and if you are attached to forms, practices, meritorious performances, your way of thinking is false and is quite incompatible with the way. So we have to have this very strong faith in mind and faith in your own practice and faith in the Buddha to make this work. When we have this faith, that faith is demonstrated everywhere. Every single moment you demonstrate this faith. You don't have to say, I want to do this because I want to meet the Buddha. And what will you do if you meet the Buddha? You know, can you sign my shirt? You know, can you bless me? You know, or whatever. Master Ling Chi said, if you ever met somebody of the way along the road, don't ask them of the way. You can figure that one out. If you, the mind is the Buddha. There are no other Buddhas other than mine. It is bright and spotless as the void, having no form or appearance whatever. To make use of your mind to think conceptually is to leave the substance and attach yourselves to form. The ever-existing Buddha is not a Buddha of form or attachments. Why the Diamond Sutra says you cannot know the Buddha from his 32 marks. To practice the 6 paramitas is thereby to advance by stages, but the ever-existent Buddha is not a Buddha of stages, only awake to this one mind, and there is nothing whatsoever to attain. This is the real Buddha. The Buddha and all sentient beings are the one mind and nothing else. Again, we're talking about one mind. We can also say it's no mind as it began to be practiced and it was began to be changed with the latter patriarchs talking about Buddhism. And let me see. I'll go somewhere else for a moment with this. I want to mention a little bit about Dao Xin, the 4th patriarch, and this was some of his writings, which was was very good in terms of this. And he says, some people can see it clearly that their mind is lucid and pure like a bright mirror. But when we say you can see it's lucid and pure like a bright mirror. This is why I'm always bringing the idea when one meditates that we meditate in a way where it's like a mirror looking into a mirror, because there's no thinking involved in this. And this idea of a mirror looking into a mirror is actually non-conceptual, because there's nothing for you in your samsaric conceptualization that could possibly understand or penetrate the idea of an infinite mirror being that which projects itself to mirrors. And so if you can get this on the first go round, do so and hang on to that, but without hanging on to it, without abiding to it, but just use that as your guidepost in terms of this. They said some need a year to practice, and then the mind becomes lucid and pure, and others need 3 or 5 years, and then the mind is lucid and clear. Some can obtain enlightenment just by listening to others. That's not bad. There's a lot of you that actually can get a realization listening to somebody if you listen in a sincere way. If you listen in a conceptualization way, then it's not so easy. But if you listen to it without the idea of wanting to get anything but just let it go through you, then you can actually enter by this type of a practice. The Nirvana Sutra says the nature of the mind of beings is like a pearl which falls into the water, and the water is muddy. So the pearl becomes hidden. When the water is pure, the pearl is revealed. This is the idea of a pure mirror facing a pure mirror. And when one is sitting to meditate, or later on you're going to find out that in everything that you do, you take this mirror off the cushion and you see everything as a mirror mind. And you realize that the practice has very little to do with just crossing your leg, but it's actually a practice field in which you can get up off that cushion and use this mirror mind with whatever you encounter. When you're sitting in meditation, watch carefully to know when your consciousness starts to move. Consciousness is always moving and flowing according to its comings and goings. We must all be aware of it. Again, here he's using this we, but he's actually referring to mind. He just can't say that because people won't understand that. But wherever you hear this we here, just put in mind. Mind has to be aware of this. And use the wisdom of a diamond to control and rule it. So this wisdom of a diamond, he's referring to this, that one, it's very hard, and it's very clear that that's the beauty of a diamond. Let's say an internally flawless diamond, is it's clear. One facet is no different than any other facet. If you looked into the diamond will shine brightly through all the facets.
This story's right, this story's true.
Since it's just like a plant, there's nothing to know there's nothing to know that there's nothing to know is the wisdom
and how they
to
fenced
know
us in like sheep.
This is the
Said to
benefit
us,
of
come
one
take
form
care
of a
him.
bodhisattva. So this one
Set us
form
up
of
on
bodhisattva
mission
is that
land.
we
Told
understand
us to read, to
that
write and
a
pray.
bodhisattva makes a
Then
vow
they
to
took
deliver
the
others before
children
themselves,
away,
but they make a
the
vow to deliver
children away,
illusory sentient beings of
the
these,
children away.
this Dharma gate of the one form of the
Snatch from their
Bodhisattva
mother's breast,
understands
this is for
that
the rest
everything
of them
is
away.
originally empty. It sees things
Well,
on
the
its way.
man
So we
looked
cannot call
holy
something that it's even
said you got to
mind or even one form.
understand.
It is
We'll
always
give to them what
non-conceptual.
you can't give.
The
Teach them
100,000
how
gates
to
of the
really
awakened
live.
teaching all return to the one
Teach them how
heart,
to live
the
that
source
said.
that of the countless sublime practices all come from this one mind.
Taught them that,
And this again, I
and
mentioned
taught them
that
this.
much that I used to refer to as one mind, heart mind, as the head. So all of this.
Victorious deal, brand new spanking deal. Marching forward, hypocritic and hypnotic computers. You depend on our protection, yet you feed us lies from the tablecloth.
Mind itself.
La 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 la. Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. Kneeling roses disappearing into Moses' dry mouth, breaking into port, not stealing our intentions. Anger sitting lips and oil, crying freedom. And the two of salvation, still you feed us lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la. Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine.
All the precepts
Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time.
are all your natural
Dancing in the desert, blowing up.
Feeling black.
we were talking about
One sweet day, all the
Pradachana,
children
nothing
came
but this
back.
primordial wisdom. And all the manifestations of all the Buddhas and all sentient beings, they're not different. They're seen in this way. So when we practice of the meditation is not just simply the meditation of sitting on a cushion. It's more than that. When we practice meditation, we practice in a way that, and I don't see Esther here today, she's traveling, but she made a distinction in the word meditation and wisdom from Huineng's Platform Sutra, and she used another Chinese term to talk about what meditation is, and it was important because it's not limited to just simply sitting on a cushion, and we'll get into that in a moment because it's important for us to understand that meditation is just a controlled environment to practice, but the true practice is getting up off that cushion and seeing if you can maintain the stableness of the mind. Okay. Not separate from your mind, not every type of misfortune and karma.
This is Gilbert. This is Dharma Air in a Chan tradition, Taiwanese Chan tradition, Zen tradition. So this is not a guided meditation as such, but we can practice with it as a guided meditation in our way of listening.
And karmic impediment is fundamentally empty and without substantial existence. all causes and effect, are similarly dreams and illusions. There are no suffering worlds to escape from, and there is no awakening to search for. The original nature and the outer appearance of humans and all beings are identical. The great way is empty and boundless, free from thought and anxiety. If you have
And friends, we do have our GoFundMe set up, so you'll find the link to the GoFundMe for the Monk Life meditation motorbike here in Vietnam, and we're looking to raise those funds as soon as possible. And now is the time of the Vietnamese New Year, so it's a great time to donate. It's a great time to support and get involved. It's a great time to listen to the Dharma.
merge with the truth, there's nothing whatsoever that's lacking. What difference is there between yourself and an awakened one? Here, there is not a single teaching left. You are just free to abide in your own spontaneous nature, and that's exactly what it is. When it's really working right, everything that you do is spontaneous. It's free from guilt. It's free from pride. It's free from effort. Spontaneous. It's wonderful. If I let Gilbert command the ship, he'll run it into the ground all the time. He'll either be attracted or be avoiding something and just crashes it. There's no need to contemplate your behavior. This is very important. No need to contemplate your behavior. This is going back to the Shurangama Sutra and Nanda trying to figure out what is his mind. And he's trying to contemplate his mind as if it's something that he, as a samsaric individual, can come to a recognition on. But it isn't in this way. He could never do that. No need to practice purifying austerities. And again, I highlighted this because, again, this goes back to saying no need to build a stairway to heaven. How many steps is it going to take to get there? Free from desires, having a heart without anger or cares. And this is not the cares of a bodhisattva, it's the cares of, I want this, or if you had something, I had a donut, now I care to have another donut. It isn't in this way. Completely at ease and without impediment, free to go in any direction according to the conditions, with no need to deliberately take on any good or evil affairs in walking, standing, sitting, lying down, whatever meets your eyes is nothing other than the essential source. All of this is just a sublime function of awakening. I truly wish I could share this with you. You have to take that step off that 100-foot pole. But if you do, you will encounter it. Joyful and carefree, this is called Buddha. Now, I want to kind of lead up to Hui Ning. And here we're talking about Hongren. And Hongren gave rise to two great Chan masters. The first one was Shen Shu, and Shen Shu was one in which followed him. And Hongren's master was Dao Xin. Dao Xin created the East Mountain tradition, the Northern school, and so Dao Xin and Hogren are very close in the manners in which they teach, and so too was Shen Shu. Shen Shu was more of someone that was embracing the practice, what I would call like a second level practice. Not a bad practice, but nevertheless, it's a secondary practice of trying to accord with things in some form of a pious way. And his other student was one from was called the Southern tradition, was Hui Ning, the sixth patriarch. And again, to some of you who have not studied too much of Buddha Dharma, I'm kind of giving you that as a filler for historically where this all fits in. And Hui Ning was had encountered this through. Couple of them.
I'm in Vietnam, and so joining the peace walk with the monks would have been quite a big endeavor. And it can't be said that my 7 years as a Buddhist monk, the outreach work that I did, the walk of peace that I went through with some of the most famous people in the world, for young Western people around the world, did not play a part in that peace walk. It most certainly did. So I'm walking in my own way. I'm participating in the peace walk in my own way.
He had heard a passage of the Diamond Sutra, and essentially, when he heard the passage, he was absolutely stunned by it, and he understood here the key was not to abide. This goes and has its roots in the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, or the Astasasrika Sutra, which talks about that abiding in non-abiding. And again, this goes directly to mind or no mind, and to no thought, because one does not abide in any of that. One is just simply free to express spontaneously mind in anything, not your mind, not Ananda's mind, but mind itself in any moment, to be able to float with the causes and conditions, and be able to express things in a certain way. And so in his teachings, he
Hey, you little punks out there. You say something real, we'll talk about it. You keep talking that nonsense like we're in a Roblox group game. Well, then there's nothing for us to talk about, is there? There's nowhere for us to reach each other. You say something real, you say something, and then we have something to talk about.
I want to read you a little bit of what he said, because he was talking about So Chan. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but So means to sit. So sitting Chan. So he's talking about this sitting Chan, and he's clarifying what it is. And you'd say, well, he's talking about sitting Chan. I thought Hui Ning wasn't a big proponent of sitting meditation. He wasn't, in if the manner in which, if you use the definition of sitting meditation as what they call tazu, where you're just simply sitting motionless and just following a method, his idea of this and this meditation and wisdom was much more expansive than the idea of sitting and trying to wipe away thoughts from the mirror. And so let's get into a little bit of what he says in this part.
Listen, everybody. Nobody here is a fake person. Everybody here is a real person with real lives, real experiences, a real mind. We know that this is a live stream. This isn't a recording. I can read your comments. I can see what you're saying. So let's try to be authentic. Let's try to be real. And hey, if you want to be here and listening to me and seeing me, call me on WhatsApp. We'll have a conversation. But, you know, we also have to come back to our reality. You know, you're a real person. I'm a real person. This is really happening. This isn't a recording. And so you can call me fake as fuck, but this is my voice. This is my body. You're seeing me, you're hearing me. So you're a lot more fake to me than I am to you. Maybe this is AI. Maybe this is a psyop. Maybe I'm a clone. Maybe I'm in the Epstein files. Maybe I'm a reptilian. But we're not going to be able to get to the bottom of anything if we're pretending that we can't see and hear what is right there in front of us.
And he says, good friends, in this teaching, from the outset, Dzogchen, sitting meditation, is not meditating on the mind, nor is it meditating on purity. This is not what we call steadfastness or a persistent state of mindfulness, or what I would call samadhi. If someone speaks of meditating on the mind in itself is an illusion. Truly, if we try to say, okay, where is the mind? No, where's the mind? I have to find the mind. Is it inside, outside, whatever? It confused Ananda too.
So it's like this, right? If someone wants to come here and watch this show, see me, hear my voice, and they want to say something to get other people to agree with them, don't just say something. You can call me right now. You can use WhatsApp and you can call in. And we'll hear who you are and we'll hear what you have to say. But if you're willing to be here and listening to me and watching me, and then all you can do or all you're willing to do is just leave some comment, well, that's not enough to really convince people that you're right. If you're serious in what you say, call me on WhatsApp. Don't be afraid to share your voice. And we can see if it's actually something real or if it's just something fake or something that's really not generous. I have traveled the world for over 7 years, living as a Buddhist monk and now as a former clone of the Buddha. So this is something you can actually call in. And WhatsApp is a standard tool and a standard app for communication all around the world. So not everybody is using normal fruits or normal vegetables. Some people are actually using WhatsApp to call in, and they're not shy, not afraid. I'm not shy. I'm not afraid to share my voice. I'm not shy. I'm not afraid to be seen and to share my life and my experience.
To no end. We cannot find it in this way. And he says, because it's itself is an illusion, and as we come to realize that it is only a phantom, we realize there's nothing to be seen. It's like watching the breath. I don't know how many of you watch the breath, but I'd say, watch the breath. What did you see? There's nothing to be seen. And so
Actually, I've been interviewed on the Matan Evans podcast. I've also collaborated with million subscriber YouTube channels. And I've also been interviewed by Kai Cenat himself. So if you would like to call in on WhatsApp, There's my phone number. You can call in. We can have a conversation. Even if you want to challenge me, if I really know about Buddhism or I really know about meditation, I'd love to hear from you. Please be brave and don't be shy right now and call in. Maybe you can just see it as a game or something, but you can call in on WhatsApp. You don't have to make it a video call, just an audio call, and you can share your voice with the hundreds of people that are coming in and going out of these live streams.
If someone speaks on meditating on purity, that one's own original nature is pure, but because of false thoughts, his original nature is obscured. If you cast out delusions, then original nature reveals its purity. But if you focus your mind on purity without realizing that your own self-nature is originally pure, delusions of purity will be produced. Since delusion does not exist anywhere, you know that whatever you see is nothing but a delusion. This is what happened when, in the Vilamakritti Sutra, Vilamakritti was expounding on the Dharma, and it was so deep and so wonderful. Everybody was rejoicing after hearing him expound on it. He was expounding on his living room that at that time was accommodating thousands of hearers or listeners at that time. And this one goddess that was there that had remained unseen began to rain flowers over everyone. And everybody was so rejoicing over this raiment of flowers, adornment of flowers from the Dharma that was being presented. But sorry.
I think that as time goes by, we're actually getting a little bit more shy. There's so many thousands of people that are willing to leave a comment, so many thousands of people that are willing to say, I like this, I don't like this, to make a judgment. But there are so few people who are actually willing to call in on WhatsApp and have a real sharing and actually to share their voice and to use their voice. I think more people need to be open about sharing their voice and sharing their experiences, especially when it comes to confronting or embracing or challenging new cultures and new experiences. This is a really interesting moment where your voice can actually be heard. There are hundreds of people coming in and going out of this live stream, and I really encourage you to call in on WhatsApp and share and ask a question, even if it's a challenging question or a challenge of my position as a former Buddhist monk of 7 years. I'd love to hear from you, and I welcome you and I invite you.
Putra, his robe got full of flowers. They were stuck all over him, and he had to try to pull them off. And so the goddess approached him and said, why are you doing that? Why are you pulling the flowers off? He says, I cannot do this. This is a violation of the Vinaya, because the Vinaya, the rules of monastics. I cannot wear fancy clothes, and my robe is full of flowers, so it looks too fancy. And she says, this is only your own ignorance that you see these flowers and you see this, the robe and everything as to be real. You know, you don't see. You look at all the other bodhisattvas, everyone that's here, the flower.
I am not hearing voices. 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 Somebody's calling in on WhatsApp, but they hang up really quickly. Let's call them back. Who's calling in on WhatsApp? It says their name is, they don't have a name, but it's a middle-aged man. Looks a little bit similar to me. Let's see if he picks up the phone and we can talk together with him. Hi.
Buddha?
Hi, what's your name?
I am not Buddha.
My name is Dr. Rob. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Thank you for calling in. Nice to speak with you. Are you one of the viewers on the YouTube live stream?
Maybe.
Okay. Thanks for calling in, man. Have a good day. So anybody can call in just like that. WhatsApp is a wonderful platform where it's really easy to call them anonymously. I am not hearing voices. 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 Actually, I was interviewed by Kai Cenat on his podcast, on his live streaming show, and I've also collaborated with million subscriber YouTube channels. You may know Matan Evans, you may know Anthpo, and I actually collaborated with them back when I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And actually, the most famous sword swallower in the world is actually a personal friend of mine. So anybody who would like to call in on WhatsApp right now, you're welcome to do so. This is my live Buddhist show, kind of a Buddhist variety show. And if you even have a challenge about religion or Christianity or the clones or the reptilians or the Epstein files, you can call in. And there's so many people here. There's hundreds of people going in and out of this live stream. So I know that there's many people who are willing to leave a comment, but I know that there's some people who are actually willing to call in and really have a conversation. And thank you to that jokester guy who called in. That really gave me a chuckle. Thank you for sharing that, sir.
Simply fall upon the floor. There's no corruption to that. You just simply have to see clearly how things are. But it was difficult for him to see in this way. And in this way, this is what this person, what he represents us. He represents our idea of trying to stay pure. And the purity
looks like a black man is calling in.
Way.
Wow, what a treat. Okay, let's see if we can call them back. Hi, brother. How are you doing?
Yeah, hello.
It's great to hear from a young black man. Where in America are you?
I'm actually in
You're not in the
North
trap, are
Baltimore.
you? You're in Baltimore?
Yes.
How's it doing, hun? Well, you're not hun, but you know what I mean. How about those Ravens? I came from a different era, brother. I come from the Jamal Lewis era. I say Jamal Lewis, one of the best running backs in American football history.
Oh, for real?
You know Jamal Lewis, right?
Wait, who?
Jamal Lewis, Ray Lewis,
fuck
Terrell
ass, my
Suggs,
nigga?
Ed Reed. You don't know about the Baltimore Ravens, brother?
Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to the business, brother. What can I help you with today? What inspired you to call in?
So I was just calling. I've been looking into Buddhism myself.
Well, we've all gone into that Buddhism, brother, and I know in Baltimore you must be seeing some things, but what we do here, we're actually talking about Buddhism.
Could you break it down for me? I'm a new trying to get into it.
Yeah. So the most basic thing is suffering, right? It's cold out there in those streets, cold like Minnesota. You know what I mean?
No, I actually live in the suburbs, not in the hood.
All right.
So yeah.
Well,
It's kind of weird for you to assume that.
Well, Buddhism is not about my assumptions of anything, my brother.
Why'd you assume it then?
Well, what is the black population of Baltimore? Baltimore is a black city, ain't it? You said you're from Baltimore. There's Baltimore City, and then there's the suburbs. You live in the county or you live in the city?
I live in the city.
Okay, so you live in the suburbs of Baltimore City.
Yep.
Uh-huh. So the number one thing, man, is the suffering. Buddhism talks about the suffering.
One thing, have you ever heard of the downtown area of Baltimore?
Of course.
Would you call that the hood?
Well, that's
Baltimore?
I
What
wouldn't call it
you
the
call that?
city, but I'd call it a trap.
What makes it a trap?
Well, I think that a lot of people have been done wrong in Baltimore City. So when you talk about the white flight from Baltimore because of all the black people, they going out into the suburbs and then creating these hubs of wealth instead of recuperating and rejuvenating West Baltimore and the different places in the cities. I mean, that's something I don't agree with. I used to live in Baltimore.
Where in Baltimore did you used to live at?
I used to live I lived with a Puerto Rican woman in Baltimore.
I don't
Out by
think I asked it.
Greenmont.
Greenmount.
You know the dividing line when you go down that one road into Harford County into Bel Air,
Oh,
when it goes from the city to Towson. You know that road, right?
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I just go straight down that road and then I'll take a left. And then I'd stay
Okay.
at this
Cool. Cool.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah, yeah.
Do you believe in Christianity? What are your thoughts on Christianity?
I don't believe in Christianity. I practice Buddhism. So I'm pretty serious about that. Like I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So I lived in Baltimore and then I moved out to Seattle because I was doing that direct care work. You know, I'm sure you know about that work, working with people with disabilities, working in the group homes, things like that.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
did that work. And anyways, my Puerto Rican woman, she left me. And so I was brokenhearted. We had a 1 year lease. It ended up. And so I said, I got to get out of Dodge. So I moved over to the other side of the country for a live-in caregiver position. And it turned out it was some young dude, autism dude, who was very aggressive. Then I got into the construction out there in Seattle. So I made up to 25 an hour with not much experience. But then I realized like the Buddhism and wanted to be a monk. So I moved from America to Thailand. And then I spent 7 years all over the world traveling. Now I live in Vietnam. Now I'm an expat. I have my wife here in Vietnam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have you ever looked into Christianity, or has it always just been Buddhism for
Well,
you? Like, how have you
I
met
grew
this?
up with Christianity.
Okay. What made you shift away from that path?
Just not enough community, not enough infrastructure for helping me. You know, I'm not somebody that likes to believe in things. You know what I mean? I'm more of like,
Everybody has to believe in something. You believe in the practices of Buddhism. You believe that they help you in your everyday life. So, isn't that believing in something?
well, I don't believe in that. It's like a practice. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So that's what I think about Christianity. If there's Christian people out there and they're living a good life, they're getting what they need, you know, it works. I
Yeah,
mean, it works for them. I'm not telling other people they need to be Buddhist, but I'm saying that's the kind of timing I'm on.
I could understand that.
Yeah.
Does Buddhism ever talk about the end of the world and what happens after death? Does it? Because I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Well, in the Buddhism, we will say that the end of the world's happening all the time because you find yourself in a world of suffering or you find yourself in a difficult situation and then that world ends. You find yourself in another situation. So in the Buddhism world, it's like moment by moment, life and death, moment by moment, revelation, beginning again,
Okay.
beginning new. So in the
So
Buddhism idea,
yeah.
it's there's not like a soul or a self that actually continues from one moment to the next. So like the
Okay.
you, like let's say that I got caught up, you know what I mean? And I found myself in the places that we don't want to go. We don't want to be. We don't want to live, right? That could be out in the streets, that could be in the pen or in the pen. So the Buddhism idea is that the self that I am, the soul that I am right now, if I got caught up and got put in the pen, that would not be the same self over there. So the self is always changing basically. There's not like actually a solid there's not a real you in a real story. but it's always according to the conditions and the environment. This new self is happening. So in the Buddhism, we can always revolutionize ourself or revolutionize our perspective. Like each day is a new reality. Each moment is a new reality. And it's not according to the story that we had up to this point of what was going on or who we are, etc. Not that that stuff doesn't come up, but that stuff coming up doesn't mean that there's like a real thing there that we can call ourselves or our true identity.
Okay, but at the end of the day, right? You know how we all have to come to an end of this life. What practices or what could Buddha do to help you carry on into that next phase of life? What is the answer for that?
Well, that's all about giving good and getting good. So you get back what you give. And if you get in the business of doing people dirty, you're going to get done dirty. If you get in the business of doing people the good way, you're going to get done the good way. But that's not like we can control it or understand it, but we take that time to prepare instead of just waiting for things to get better. We make things better. We set up the system and the situation for things to get better, and then we trust that. So we do the good deeds, or we do the good actions, or we do the generosity in this life now, so that in the next life we will be ready.
Can we have a honest dialect between each other?
I do want to have an honest dialect between each other, but I'm also doing a show here.
When you say good people, right? When you say good deeds and you do good deeds, you know, I know everybody in the world has, you know, deeds that they might have pushed back to the backside of their mind that we all have committed that are
That's right,
not
brother.
so good.
Yeah, that's right,
Does
brother.
that make it? Does that tip over the balance of the scale as far as doing good deeds and doing bad deeds, or how does that go?
Hey, you really putting me on here, brother. I appreciate
I
you.
believe
Yeah.
that you know, at the end of the day, whether no matter what deeds you might be able to do, that we're all have a nature of evil, and that's why I tend to lean more towards Christianity. Not that I am the best follower of it, but I believe that God sent Jesus down so that he was able to atone for our sins, and through believing in him, that is our only way to go to a better path, because we are all sinful. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to drop that. I'll let you continue on with your show.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Nice to meet you.
For
Shout
sure.
out to Be More, and may you be more
Shout out to you.
every day, brother.
Shout out to
Thank you.
Protests and growing national outcries continue over the death of George Floyd.
Last night, people protesting in Minneapolis escalated as demonstrators were lashed by tear gas and rubber bullets.
The main message here is that they want to see those officers involved.
They want to see those officers arrested.
Officers arrested.
One night, firemen, how the fuck they gon' blame us? You can't fight fire with fire, I know, but it's...
Minneapolis escalated as demonstrators were lashed by tear gas and rubber Minneapolis.
The main message here?
The main message
The main message here is that they want to see those officers involved.
They want to see those officers arrested.
Officers arrested.
Trade my 4x4 for a GC3, ain't no more free little Steve. I gave him chance again. I even told him please. I find it crazy the police to shoot you and know that you dead, but still tell you to freeze. Fucked up, I seen what I seen. I guess that mean hold him down if he say he can't breathe. It's too many mothers just grieving. They killing us for no reason. Been going on for too long to get even. Throw us in cages like dogs and hyenas. I went to court and they sent me to prison. My mama was crushed when they said I can't leave. First I was drunk, then I sobered up quick when I heard all that time that they gave to Talib. He got a life sentence plus. We just some products of our environment. How the fuck they gon' blame us? You can't fight fire with fire, I know, but at least we can turn off the flames some. Every color person ain't dumb, and all whites not racist. I be judging by the mind and heart, I ain't really in the face. Fucked up the way that we living is not getting better, you gotta know how to survive. Crazy, I had to tell all of my loved ones to carry a gun when they going outside. Stay in the mirror whenever you drive, overprotective, go crazy for mine. You gotta pay attention to the sign, seem like the blind following the blind. Thinking about everything that's going on, I boost security up in my home. I'm with my kind of, they right or they wrong. I call him now, he'll pick up the phone and it's 5 in the morning, he waking up on it. Tell him wherever I'm at, then they coming. I see blue lights, I get scared and start running. That shit be crazy, they supposed to protect us. Swords and handcuffs and arrest us. Why they go home at night, that shit messed up. Knowing we needed help, they neglect us. One of them who gon' make them respect us. I can see in your eye that you fed up. Fuck around, got my shot, I won't let up. They know that we a problem together. They know that we can storm anywhere. That's bigger than black and white. It's a problem with the whole way of life. It can't change overnight. But we gotta start somewhere, might as well go ahead, start here. We done had a hell of a year, I'ma make it count while I'm here. God is the only man I fear. Fuck it, I'm going on the front line, he gon' bust your ass if you come past that gun line. You know when the storm go away, then the sunshine. Got put your head in the game when it's crunch time. I want all my sons to grow up to be monsters, I want all my daughters to show out in public. Seem like we losing our country, but we gotta stand up for something, so this what it comes to. Every video I see on my country.
And I'll skip a little bit here, and it says, now that we know that this is so, what is it in this teaching that we call So-Chan? What is it that when we're learning about this that we call sitting Chan? In this teaching, meditation means being free from obstruction everywhere you happen to be. Externally, and under all circumstances, do not activate thoughts. Sitting is not to be taken literally here. So they're saying in everything that you do, don't activate these thoughts. In other words, you have to sever the mind that desires continuation. So if you see the donut, don't start thinking about donuts. Sever that thought. You can mention the donuts. I put that donut down a few minutes ago. It seems like I brought it with me now, but only for the sake of showing an example to let it go. Okay. Meditation is to see the original nature within and not to become distracted. This is very, very important. Now let's stop here, time out here. We're going to set this to the side for a moment, and we're going to take you deeper into the practice. Back to the Vilamakritti Sutra, and in this part of the Vilamakritti Sutra, Vilamakritti, who was a householder, very, very rich householder,
So friends, we do have a GoFundMe set up. We're raising money for the Monk Life motorcycle, which is going to bring about some motorcycle vlogs, travel vlogs. It's going to be a really exciting opportunity and next step for the Monk Life Meditation Institute and training program here in Vietnam. Kira has set up a GoFundMe. We're raising about $3,000. And is very exciting and it's very interesting, and we're all a part of that happening. So there's an opportunity here to call in on WhatsApp. So you have the phone number right there if you want to call in on WhatsApp. y'all couldn't hear the music that I played? Is that right? Is that what you're saying? How did that audio go blank? I could have a dog, but I'm too mobile. I'm not ready to have a dog. I'm not stabilized enough in an environment to have a dog, so I was going crazy on the beat. Didn't hear the music. All right. Yeah, let's go to the next thing. Let's continue. Let's not get stuck on this.
And was actually even wiser than the Buddha's own disciples.
Okay, hello, brother. How you doing? Hello, brother. You there?
Yes, I'm here. What's up, bro? What's going on?
Okay, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, young man?
Hey, my name is AB. I'm from Toronto, Canada. Nice to meet you.
Your name is AB from Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, Canada.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, I called because I wanted to know if you ever had any experience of Kundalini.
Well, what do you mean by Kundalini? Tell me a little bit about your experience and your understanding now that we have someone calling in on WhatsApp from the live stream. Is this your first time joining coming across me and the Institute here?
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw you on YouTube.
Yeah. So what's this Kundalini? Tell me about your experience.
No, I wanted to hear from your experience if you did have one.
Well, where'd you hear that word? Where did you hear about those words?
Well, because this is what I'm just gonna lead it up to. I'm gonna bring it back to myself and be a little selfish, but I had one in like 2018, and I've been like.
You've been fucked up ever since?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, good. How old are you?
31.
And where are you, in the east, the west, the middle?
Toronto,
Oh,
Canada.
you're Canadian, okay.
Yeah,
And what do you do for work?
Construction.
And how's that going? Are you getting fulfillment in construction?
Not really. No, not so much. No, can't say I am.
But what kind of rate can you get in Canada for doing construction work like that? What kind of hourly rate? Because I did construction before I was a monk. I did construction.
Yeah, 25 an hour, 25 and 30 starting off.
Canadian. Well, that's okay for starting off.
Before 2020, I was also in modeling. So I was making some good money back then. But then I don't know, after 2020 things changed and whatnot.
Okay.
By the way, I would appreciate you if I don't know if you are gonna post my pictures or not.
No, I'm not gonna post your pictures. I'm not gonna post anything like that.
Respects, man. Thank you.
So can you share a little bit about this experience? What happened? Were you smoking weed, or what happened exactly?
Well, from like 2015 until like 2020, I was smoking a bit of weed, and then I don't know. I don't want to come off very strong right now because I wanted to hear what you had to say if you had any experience with this Kundalini energy.
Yeah.
And maybe I can like creep into my experience after. I'm not very I don't want to put myself out there right now.
Too much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So you are anonymous here.
You
are anonymous here, so you don't have to worry too much. But I hear what you're saying. So I've had a few Kundalini experiences. I was a monk for 7 years, and I first went into the meditation training when I was 20 years old. So I'm 33 now. So it's been over a decade that I've been in the spirituality meditation path. This Kundalini is basically a breakout of energy of the want to be enlightened, the want to know the truth, the want to be free from the appearances of the world. But when you're in a world that doesn't know about that kind of thing, because you're coming from a culture that doesn't know about that kind of thing, there's going to be a lot of discombobulation that comes about from these spiritual, you can call it a spiritual awakening or a kundalini or things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an intense energy of breaking out of the mind that you've known up to now. Understand?
And then, okay, my question to you is that after, when you got into Buddhism, when you were 20 years old, when did you have this experience for yourself?
The first kundalini?
Yes.
Well, you can have a light or you can have a heavy kundalini, or you can have a light or a dark kundalini. So
Okay,
I've had a number of these experiences, light and heavy. Just the wish to leave everything that I'd known behind and find positivity and go out in this way of positivity and go out in this way of freedom. So that's when I was 19 or 18 when I left home and started traveling in the US, and things just started happening with me.
Were you hit with something like from the grace of God, like just out of nowhere? You're just like, it was a snap in your internal,
it was strange. It was
psyche.
It was, well, I was listening to a lot of Alan Watts, and then it was this sense of like a hope and a positivity that sent me out with like this faith that the world would provide. And this salt pie here said something nice. They said, when you open your third eye, there is no going back from then. You need spiritual guidance from a divine source / teacher, or you will go mad. And there's a lot of truth in that. There's a lot of truth in that.
It's true. No. I exactly know what he's saying, because every time I had these experiences, it's with one person, like right next to me. This person has to be, it's like, that's why I wanted to know. It's like, is this like a very energetic, magnetic situation that I'm in? Because I don't know, it screws me up, right? Because this person was a transsexual, and like, it was like a friend of mine for a long time. And then I got into this situation where I got, I went through this breath meditation and whatnot, and then pretty much knocked me out of my shoes. So that's why I'm just, it's very weird to, it's very weird to say the least. Like, I would have never assumed that I'd be having these situations with a transsexual and whatnot.
Yeah, well, that's how it tends to go. I've been there too. And it's life. It's life coming out and kind of breaking you out of the shell that's created for you, or has been created around you, that you've identified with. And where we go from there is up to us. But there's a lot of the spiritual masters or meditation masters. Actually, we don't like authenticity or realness in the modern world when it comes to spirituality as Westerners. We're basically anti-authenticity when it comes to spirituality. Even in these places that are so-called, like these different Western spiritual places, you go there and they don't want to be challenged. They just want to keep doing what they're doing. And so like I can see for my live streams, like the moment that I have to like switch, like code switch to like being authentic and being real, a lot of people just don't want to be around that. They don't want to be around that kind of energy of authenticity. So like putting on fake makeup so if you look at my channel, look at my streams and stuff, you'll see a lot of crazy stuff. And people say, why would you do that? Why do you do that? Because the most people who are online and wandering around, and, American people, they're very comfortable with someone being completely crazy. They're very uncomfortable with someone being in any ways authentic or genuine or generous or spiritual or trying to share something with them. And I don't know the precise details of it, but I can see that just through my experiences. You know what I mean?
But are you saying that when you're being authentic is when you're putting on these shows, like the way that you're having right now, or is
whatever it is, it's authentic
experiences?
Whatever it is, it's authentic. But once we start to like calm down or have a calm conversation, and we like a normal conversation, people aren't looking for that. People are looking for clones and schizophrenia and spiritual powers and people who are not aware of themselves. So like when I talk like this, people can see very clearly that I'm more aware of myself than they are aware of themselves. And they don't want anything to do with that. Because now they actually have to listen to me. because clearly
Oh,
I
I
know what
see.
I'm talking about. But they don't want to listen to someone
Okay.
who knows what they're talking about. They want to see somebody talking about new technology or talking about things that they don't know about, that the person
Okay,
themselves
I
doesn't
see.
know about, like the
Okay, I see.
clones and how Taylor Swift is actually the daughter
A
of the
male?
founder of Satanism and things like that.
Is that is that true? I never heard that before, but I just I've seen some storylines of her being an
Well,
actual male.
Well, it'll be spooky if you look at it because, of course, we say, Michelle Obama is actually a trans person, and you look at a picture of Taylor Swift, and then
Do you ever get weirded by that? Do you ever get like dumbfolded or dumbfounded when you hear about all these invertedness of the world? Like, how do you protect your energy?
well, you protect your energy by taking refuge in wisdom. You protect your energy by taking refuge in principles and practices or ways of seeing that directly relate to your direct experience now. So, for example, let's look at a mother and father with two children in the Midwest who are obsessed with reptilian pedophiles running the New World government. Okay, all right. Reptilian pedophiles are running the New World government. But what does that have to
Yeah.
do with you and your relationship with your children and your job and you creating a safe and wholesome environment for you and your family? Basically nothing. You know what I mean? We're not Mel Gibson in Braveheart. We're not fighting a war. We're just living in our house and living our lives and dealing with our internal psychology and dealing with the relationships of the people around us now. So the Dharma or the teachings of wisdom, they reorient our psychology to be more practical and pragmatic and more based and established on our direct experience now. And so that, without having to get into
Are you
any,
saying that they're skipping out on a few steps, and which is causing them to have fear and a lot of illusion?
well, they're
Would
focusing,
that be what you're saying?
they're prioritizing something outside of their direct experience now. So if we look to our direct
Okay, I see.
experience now, it's like we're automatically going into meditation.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
when you're fully focused on your experience now, there's not much complicated about it. And most of our work and our efforts are to make sure that our experience now is not complicated. Like, why is everybody
Yeah.
paying all these bills and subscribing for all these services and spending 40 hours a week
Mhm.
working? It's so that their experience now can be not complicated.
Yeah. That's true. That's
So
correct.
it's a meditative mind. It's a meditative mindset that automatically solves a lot of problems by preventing those problems from arising. And so now, instead of teaching our children about the reptilian Illuminati pedophiles that are running the government, we teach our children the importance of kindness and being mindful, being present. And we spend time with our children in nature and things like that.
Mhm. Gotcha.
And we teach
I'm gonna
ourselves how to
ask
do
you.
that. And that's who we take refuge in. We take refuge in friends, relationships, teachers, communities that help us to establish ourselves in being here now.
But you can honestly see why they have these levels of fear and excitement from the idea that there's like these lizards or whatever, Illuminati running through
Right.
our
And that's
government, because
primarily
it's gonna affect their lives.
they have that
one way or
idea,
the other.
right? Yeah. And that's
Yeah.
primarily because we don't have access to a meaningful life that's coming from our own center. We don't have access to a meaningful life of helping others, of service, of community work, of working with the ground, working with nature, taking care of our environment. And instead, we're like forcefully isolated into these homes that we don't even own, and this constant, never-ending bill cycle. And so it's a really big problem for people. It's a really big problem for people around the world, especially for Westerners, because we're so hyper individualistic. You know, and so we're looking for meaning. We're looking for something meaningful. And because our culture doesn't have any connection to spirituality, we're looking for meaning in conspiracy theories, or we're looking for meaning in complicated egoic conflict and stories that don't actually have anything to do with our lived experience.
But would you not say that the Buddhist lifestyle or the Hinduist lifestyle is also directed to the individual, towards yourself? And that is the main purpose? That's going to be my last question, by the way. I don't want to keep your viewers bored.
All about turning to our true self, not our false self. So the false self is our thoughts about ourselves. Our true self is immediately just this. It doesn't rely on interpreting things. It doesn't rely on opinions. It doesn't rely on what other people are doing. It's just right here and now, our open experience, our true experience that's not lost in thoughts.
Gotcha. And I have experienced that, but it is a crazy experience, to say the least. And I want to thank you for your time. Enjoyed talking to you.
Well,
and,
you're very welcome.
Have a great day, bro.
You're very welcome. And we do have a fundraiser set up. We do have a GoFundMe set up for fundraising for the Monk Life Meditation Motorbike here in Vietnam project here in Vietnam. So I'll be sure to post.
Will do.
I'll be sure to post that GoFundMe link in the chat. All right. And don't forget to leave a like and subscribe and stay connected. You're welcome here. And you don't have to be my student or for me to be your teacher or anything like that, to come by, to say hello, to hang out, to see what we're doing. And there'd be a lot of good entertainment here as well. We have a lot of fun here.
There we go.
We have a lot of wet and wild fun here. All right, brother, you take care, okay? It was nice to talk with you.
You too, man.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Now, the WhatsApp number is posted right here on the YouTube live stream. If you're a man of integrity, if you're a woman of consideration, call in on WhatsApp. Even if you want to challenge me, tell me I'm not right, tell me I'm going the wrong way, you call in and you let everybody hear your voice. Don't just leave a comment. Get some grit, get some balls, get some thighs, and flex your heart and show up here and share. Looks like we missed a call, so we're going to call them back. They called twice. This was a jokester who called in before, but maybe they've changed their tone.
Totally.
Hey, how are you doing?
Pretty good. You want to help me?
Yeah, what's going on, buddy?
Same old, same old.
Yeah, it's tough.
You gonna, what do you do again?
The past has already happened. The future hasn't happened yet. And the here and now is a gift. That's why we call it the present.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up, buddy? Why are you calling in? What do you want to talk about? You got a baby over there? Hello, baby.
Gang violence. You want some gang? Some gang violence?
Is there anybody who would like to donate to the GoFundMe who does not have the link? I'll send you the link right now. We're raising $3,000 for a scooter, for a motorbike here in Vietnam. Actually, we're raising $2,500 for the scooter and $500 for related accessories. We want to be safe. We want to have a helmet. We need to get a GoPro. We need to make sure we have the proper audio recording set up for our vlogs, for our motorbike Dharma live streams. This is exciting stuff. This is real. This is exciting. This is interesting. This is content. We like this. We want to be a part of this. We want to be involved with this. Somebody's calling in. Hello?
Hello? Hi.
Who's this?
This is Craig.
Oh, where are you calling in from?
England.
I thought this number was from India.
Nah, this is an English number, this, bro.
What's your race?
My race, I'm white.
What are is what they say about English people and the English food, is that true, or are you guys having some good food over there?
I had a double cheeseburger earlier.
You had a good cheeseburger, huh? There's a bunch of cows in England, so...
Oh, yeah. We eat normal food here. You know what I mean? Nobody actually eats. All the stuff you see on social media, it's like a joke.
Yeah.
And no one gets it because it's not from England. Do you know what I mean? It's like an inside joke. Everyone's laughing.
Oh, I know there's a lot of swell places in England, but it can be expensive as well.
Oh, definitely. The cost of living is very high here.
I remember I was flying through England from India, actually. One of the scariest flights that I've ever experienced. There was so much turbulence, and they messed up my flight, and then they sent me at a hotel, and this hotel had a nice bathtub. So anyways, I don't want to get into England and the joys of England. I spent some time in, what is it, Is it Bristol?
Yeah.
And I like England. I like English people. I'd like to do more work there in the future, but right now I'm living here in Vietnam. So what inspired you to call in?
So I see you, talking to other people, and I was wondering, I had a kid, right? And my kid, he was born with a cordy penis, right?
A what?
And it's called a cordy penis.
An accordion penis.
A cordy. It's the medical term. It's twisted. It was twisted up like a pig's tail, basically.
Okay. So how is it now? How is your son's penis now?
It's still twisted.
Okay.
And, I was just wondering, as a Buddhist, right? I'm assuming you'll have a very unique perspective on this type of stuff. What do you think this means? And what do you think I should do, honestly?
Well, look, let's think about, some people in the chat are saying that's bullshit. We don't believe it. Well, let's not worry about that. Let's kind of follow along with the direction that we're going. So let's say you have a daughter that's born.
Okay.
Let's say you have a daughter that's born with a disfigured face.
Mm-hmm.
Is your daughter going to win a beauty pageant?
No.
Is your daughter going to be a Hollywood star?
Potentially.
Probably not.
Probably not, though.
So my recommendation actually is that there's certain things on the table. Let's say your son was born without legs. So he's not going to be a track star. In this case, we can emphasize the mind. We can emphasize the truth of awareness, the truth of the deeper mind, the truth of the internal experience. Don't focus too much on the corkscrew penis or anything like that. Focus on the nature of the mind. And you have that responsibility. You have more responsibility now because apparently you've said that your son has a corkscrew penis. So that's something that he's going to have to deal with in his life. So the impetus is on you to see beyond formality and forms and traditional ways of thinking about things and ways of being. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyways, you can look into Buddhism. You can participate and follow along here with the Monk Life Meditation Institute, because
I'm definitely going to.
You could have somebody who doesn't have legs. You could have somebody with a disfigured face, and they could be an incredible meditator. Now, here's a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you have the best body, the most attractive, and very wealthy, but you are severely depressed. How's that? How is that for a situation?
Well, it's like having the best player in the world with a pilot who can't fly.
And it's a very bad situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, let's say you have the worst body. You're very ugly, very fat, or very broken body or something, but your mind is blissful peace. And I know most of us don't have much of a connection with blissful peace. You know what I mean? But we can imagine that, right? Like bliss and peace and joy inside of our heart, inside of our mind, right? So in that situation, what is the situation for that person?
It's better than being depressed.
Yeah.
They've probably got a better quality of life.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. So just think of it like that. If the body has a problem, it's a good reason to emphasize the mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, brother? And it's nice to hear from you. It's nice to hear your voice. You got a good sounding voice. And
you too. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome around here. We appreciate the accents. We appreciate people coming from different backgrounds and things like that. We'd like to get some property in England in the future for our meditation center there. So take care and don't be a stranger, man. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, brother.
Bye.
So this is what it is all about, ladies and germs. This is what it is all about. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it confused. This is the work that we're doing here at the Monk Life Meditation Institute.
Which is pretty darn wise. He
I have somebody calling in here.
Like he was ill, like, oh, I don't feel good. I don't feel good. Buddha, I don't feel good. I'm a Buddha. So he's using his mind to communicate with the Buddha to say, oh, I don't feel good. So the Buddha's going, Bill McCready, he's up
Hello?
to something. So I have to.
Hey, Monk, what's up?
How are you doing, young man? What can I do for you today?
How are you doing, young man? What can I do for you today?
So go ahead and turn off the video in the background. We don't want to have the echo here.
Okay, what should I do? I'm so attracted to you. Every time I see you, I jerk off.
Well, you should make a major donation. We have the Monk Life Meditation Motorbike GoFundMe set up for exactly situations like this. We're working to raise $3,000. I can see your business here. So this is the furniture store H&N Wood Floors, a work of art. So flooring and installation and finishing. So this person who just called in is calling in from their WhatsApp business number. That's an interesting idea, to call in from a WhatsApp business number and to say something like that. But that's something that some people do sometimes. We do have our GoFundMe link set up. Interesting to call in from a business number on WhatsApp and say something like that. Interesting approach. We're coming up on 18,000 subscribers, everybody. We're on the way to 18,000 subscribers. How's everybody doing? Everybody on the same page? Everybody here being aware? Not thinking too much? They called yesterday. Interesting idea. That's correct, Shelley. They probably could win a disfigured face pageant. There should be more pageants like that.
Send somebody over to inquire about his illness. I can't talk about the whole story, but every once in a while I'll tell portions of it. But this portion really fits here because then you begin to understand what meditation is, and so he went to Sariputra. Sariputra was the elder, so he went to him first because out of respect, he will go to.
I'm still working through mystery men with my wife. My wife is a real sleeper. Actually, she's a very light sleeper, but anytime that I try to watch a movie with her, it seems like she has better things to do. And the primary better thing that she seems to have to do is go to sleep. And I'm trying to help her appreciate art, and especially high art, especially high Western art. And of course, Mystery Men. Anybody here who hasn't seen the movie Mystery Men is certainly missing out. A big part. So we are working on 20,000 subscribers, everybody. We are on our way to 20,000 subscribers. And one of the great things that we've been training in here for a long time, there was concerns, there were questions that taking off the robes would lead to a lack of virability. And it turns out we have the solution to virability with wigs and face paint and Mongolian throat chanting, so we don't have to worry about that. We're waiting for the next algorithmic social media app to come out where it recommends to people that those live streams and those lives happening that are in line with their interests. One of the things that YouTube could go a long way to improve. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've trained and practiced at meditation centers, monasteries around the world with some of the greatest meditation masters of our era. And so for people of the world who are on YouTube, who are in any place around the world watching things, that it should be recommended to them. There should be mechanisms in place to recommend to them live happenings that are taking place, that are going on, that are in line with their interests and their practices. And there certainly will be more of that in the future. We're here with Gilbert. We're preparing for Mahashivashti. Some people have had questions about the Shiva Kailash Shambho situation. I want to be clear about this. Shiva Kailash Shambho is a man of my peers, one of my peers. He's a young man in my age group. He's less spiritually advanced than me. He has a following. He has a want to give. He has a want to practice. He has an interest to move forward. And it's my impetus to practice together with him and to support him and to leverage he's willing to donate and offer his platform and his environments for my work and my teachings. So I'm going to meet him where he is, and that's a priority. Okay? Simple as that. I'm sorry that some people, maybe Travis, maybe Melissa, maybe even Lee are concerned about this, but I'm sorry. He's a major donor. He's someone who we're working with, and he's somebody who's very important to use without attachment, okay? So it is what it is. This is a young man who needs my help, and I dare to help him, okay? He likes mangoes. He pretends to be attractive to women when he's, he doesn't really know anything about women. So that innocence and that... you go to work today? So my wife is always going to work. I don't work. Welcome in, everybody. We've got a $5 donation. Thank you, user, for your $5 donation. We are also in a practice. We are also in a path here where we are we are raising funds for a serious situation, which is the Monk Life Meditation Motorbike Fund. And I mean, there's a lot of things that I can explain, everybody. Let's be clear about that. There are a lot of things that I can explain, and I'll try to share a little bit more about this. But I'm not just going around explaining things. This isn't about just going around and explaining things, my friends. We need to be practical, and we need to be engaged deeply if we want there to be a practical explanation about relativity, modern relativity. So I don't want anybody to be confused or disjointed. This is very important work that we're doing here at the Institute. And this is not about entertaining people, but if we're not being entertaining, then it's going to be very difficult for us to work together with these different beings and these different entities that are wandering around, these spirits around here. These various spirits. You want to have an interview with me? Well, I'm not going to stop you. You want to have a private call with me? I'm not going to stop you. But look, people don't like this. People don't want this. So this has to become what people like and what people want. Dogs may be better, but I'd like to see you disregard a good kitten. Okay, Shiva's having some technological issues. We can speak more about this, but you need to come to me correct, not come to me with your complaining and your ego and I don't like this. What? So you don't like this? Well, you're probably not going to like being in hell, but that's probably where you're going to have to go at one point or another. I'm willing to sacrifice my monetary success in my life for the benefit of other beings and to collaborate and communicate and make connections and help. Okay? I'm not here to justify myself.
Putra first to ask him, go and check on him. But Sariputra declined. He didn't want to go. And so let's find out why he didn't want to go. So the Buddha said, go visit Bilamakriti and inquire about his illness. Sariputra addressed the Buddha, world honored one, I dare not accept your instruction to go to inquire about his illness. Why? I remember once in the past, I was sitting in repose beneath a tree. So he was meditating under a tree, like in repose. And
no.
And Vilamakriti came by and said to me, oh, Sariputra, you need not take this sitting in meditation to be sitting in repose. So he's saying, you're sitting there, you're thinking that you're in repose underneath the tree, and you think that this is sitting in repose. This is the repose of Wei Ning. What Wei Ning is talking about now, you understand that Wei Ning was there even though he was illiterate. He knew of Vilamakriti's sutras. He knew of the deepness of this, and he's demonstrating it in the Platform Sutra. And so he says,
now, everybody, I did a little bit of work here, and I actually, and it's something that I would invite. It's something that I would invite my sangha and my community to do as well. Here's a little hidden tip, and here's a little hidden trick. Go ahead and go over to the Shiva Kailash Shambho YouTube channel and sort the videos by old. 3 options. You can sort by old, you can sort by new, you can sort by top videos. And I think you will really have a big smile on your face and really be quite amazed by this Shiva Kailash Shambho character and his his failures and his striving that have been going on for a long time. So thank you for giving me that that little treat this morning, Shiva Kailash Shambho, the treat of going back and looking at your journey, your spiritual journey.
I'm impressed you managed to get that much hair so quickly. I don't know how you did that, but anyway.
What is this? What is this for? This is for helping people. You know, I thought of you, Shelley, and I thought you may have done something like that as well. Don't just rely on your teacher to make everything happen. You've got to be ready to make things happen. You've got to be ready to step forward. The Monk Life Meditation Institute is nothing without you, without your participation. And of course, the theme of our live stream today is, of course, the GoFundMe that has been set up. We are raising $3,000 for the Monk Life Motorbike Fund here in Vietnam. Kira has decided to set up a GoFundMe raising $3,000, and we're expecting that $3,000 to be sent through Western Union and picked up by cash here in Vietnam. So Shiva, why don't you take off this mask that you've been wearing as long as you've been making YouTube videos and as long as you've been trying to teach people and reach people and embarrassing yourself all around the world, and actually let people know, how are you doing? Give a real update here. How are you doing, man? And how are things going?
Things are going pretty well. I'm enjoying my life here in Da Nang, Vietnam. I get to make these YouTube videos. It's fun, it's exciting, entertaining. I'm stimulated by it every day. I'm grateful for this opportunity to do live streams here on YouTube and as well as with you. And I'm looking forward to buying my new phone so that this lag can be fixed.
And so you've said these things about you want to be a billionaire, you want to be a wealthy man, you want to be successful in all these different kinds of ways in your life financially, and yet you've been doing this YouTube stuff, you've been doing this guru stuff for years. And we have records of that, and we're going to bring up some of the records of that as we move forward. But you can't even afford a phone. So whatever you seem to be doing doesn't seem to be working in terms of the desires that you have, the wishes that you have. So do you have anything to share about that, to say about that, realistically?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I'm not a billionaire yet.
Don't talk. Hold on. I don't want you to make this into some game. I'm not talking about being a billionaire or a millionaire. You can't afford a phone. You can't afford a modern phone that can even do something as simple as live streaming on YouTube. You've reached out to your community and you've asked them to support you, and you've raised what, $20, $25 in 3 days?
No, some people chose to donate on my website, which is a preferred method. Go to shivakailash.com.
But this is also seems to be a kind of cover up, because if you had the money, if the money was actually donated to you, and I don't want any of my supporters or students to get any ideas, you send me the money and I'll decide whether to support this guy and what he's doing. But you know, you'd have the phone if you could just buy it, and of course that's your fear. You have a fear about it, you know, not being able to do what you want. I told you, don't come to my house without that phone. I already told you that. So what you're doing seems to not be working in terms of your wishes and in terms of your desires. So what's the deal, man? How are you going to change, or how are you looking to change in the nearby future with your work? I've researched your past videos. I saw when you tried to make another YouTube channel that you've tried to hide from people and that you're very ashamed of, called The Ego Guru. And that fell so flat on its face that you just dropped the channel. So Shiva, what are you going to change, and how are you going to be developing what you're doing in a way not to put on subscribers only mode when you have Shiva, when I'm coming onto your show, we're working together, okay? It's not about you. And turning on subscribers only mode when you have 34 viewers, when this trajectory is known to be at 1 to 150 viewers, which is you've explicitly told me that you turn the subscribers only mode to get subscribers. You cast the net when the momentum and the movement of comments is already going on, and instead of that, because of how greedy and small-minded you are, you turn subscribers only mode when nobody's even commenting. You don't listen to me when I tell you about the way that the algorithm works. The only reason that you know to turn on subscribers only mode is because I told you in Bali that technique and that way of doing that. Someone reached out to me and they said the only real way to subscribe this guy would be a spiritual punk. And that is 100% what this little rat is. This little hobo is a spiritual punk. Instead of sitting down and having a conversation here about what I'm asking you, you're just going to sit there looking like a freak, looking like a hobo, a failed guru, a failed spiritual teacher that never had even any spirituality to be able to teach, saying nothing and staring at the screen with subscribers only mode on, taking away from my viewership and my teaching, instead of answering the questions that are being posed to you. What are you going to change? What is in your the direction of your trajectory, Shiva? Yes, I read comments. I'm sorry, I'm just getting frustrated with this fool that I'm sitting across from. Absolutely unbelievable.
Maria and myself donated 10 euros.
Absolutely unbelievable.
And mind in the triple world being the desire realm, the form realm, and the no form realm, and we're in the desire realm, is this is sitting in repose. So not to manifest the body here. So if we're sitting and we're sitting with our body, that's why Shiva says give your mind to the method and the body to the cushion, because the body has nothing to do with sitting in repose.
My viewers are wondering why you're hating on me so much. Is it because you're jealous? He's jealous.
The purpose of life of a monk is to help others and to help themselves. That's a good idea, Vin Diesel. I'm actually going to look into getting a whiteboard and getting some markers. That's a really great idea. Thank you, Vin Diesel. So Shiva, I've had to justify myself and I've had to explain myself of why I've been working together with you and why I've been spending time with you and why I've been platforming your disgusting views and positions socially and politically. You have any ideas about that? Any comments about that? Why somebody like me, who's a lot more developed and cultivated and successful in all the ways that you would like to be successful, would be willing to spend time with you and to put my own work and my own income at risk? by being with you here? You have any ideas about that? Anything that you can share about that? We got into it when we were talking with some of the advanced AI models, and basically they said that Shiva has a psychological condition where it's like a fear of being able to take care of himself, probably relating to father issues, daddy issues. So that's why he's received a bunch of money for this phone, and he already had enough money to buy the phone, and apparently really needs the phone and really wants the phone, but hasn't purchased it yet because of his daddy issues. Actually, the AI kind of unpacked that and discovered that and brought that up. And anybody who wants to call in, you can call in on WhatsApp. I don't know why everybody here is such a pansy. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years in Thailand, in Myanmar, in Sri Lanka, and South Korea. I'm not intimidated by Donald Trump, not intimidated by ICE. There's the phone number. Somebody just type that phone number in and call it on WhatsApp. Well, of course I was. Look at my YouTube channel. Don't talk about things that you know nothing about and laugh at your own ignorance. And then, of course, in you realizing that actually I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, there'll be zero self-reflection. And then you'll come in and make the same kind of comment, only this time you'll say, that's, you just make something up. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. It's a part of my life. It's an important part of my life. To help people change their point of view. I don't make that my whole personality. That's just a part of my life. Shiva wishes that he was a Buddhist monk for 7 years instead of some little spiritual punk. You should be ashamed of yourself, Shiva. I own you. I own your community. I own your YouTube channel. I'm everything that you want to be and more. You'll never be as good as me. You'll never be where I am. You will never know the Dharma in the way that I know the Dharma. I'm not a narcissist, Cranky Bacon. I'm just different from you, that's all. Just not the same as you. I will ban everyone. I'm not a lol cow. I'm a lol king. Do you know what a lolcow is, Shiva? Don't worry, Shiva, because guess what? You're going to be in Daddy's house soon. You're not going to be putting on that act at all. I'm going to physically intimidate you from the moment that I see you. You're going to be walking on pins and needles in my house. Call in, DNA. Happy to hear from you, honey.
Hey, future, keep a solid vision on me. Native lingo, history is skin deep. My only sin was the color of my skin, so I'm a sin till pride. Emancipate mental slavery. And they said we were failing time. Showed them up, we stood the test of time. Time, I blame it on time, but regain it on time, so I claim it on time. Put soul in this image. This is music for the free spirit. Inspiration for those who really need it. Not those who listen, but those who really feel it.
Songs of our time, teachers of our story.
Let it be written in the maze. The survival of a culture is the reason that we made it. Yep.
Spirit ties, keepers of our story.
And the show will go on. Worship blood books, we came to tell the world. Come on. What the order. Famous words from a father to a daughter. The language of a mother to a son. Rituals since time begun. The circle of life is never broken. My ancestors of time have spoken. Free the slave of your mind, get open. A manuscript for a future, here's to hoping. Let it breathe just a little bit. Hey world, believe just a little bit. And if you can see in an etiquette of respect, birth to peace becomes relevant. But that concept alone is irrelevant to ambition, such tests are heaven sent. That's why we grab mics and go ridiculous and scream represent till the whole world be feeling it. Yeah.
Songs of our time, teachers of our story.
Let it be written in the maze. The survival of a culture is the reason that we made it. Yeah.
Spirit ties, keepers of our story.
And the show will go on. Worship blood books, we came to tell the world. Come on.
We have survived, written in our time, carrying our pride, raise your flag high. We have survived, keepers of our time, carrying our pride, singing out freedom, songs of our time, teachers of our story. Spirit ties, keepers of our story. We have survived, written in our time, carrying our pride, raise your flag high. We have survived, keepers of our time, carrying our pride, singing out freedom, freedom.
Down city streets I would roam. I had no bed, I had no home. Crawl out of bushes early morn. Use newspapers to keep me warm. Then I'd have to score a drink, start me up, help me to think. Down city streets I would roam, use my fingers as it goes. In those days when I was young, drinking and fighting was no fun. It was daily living for me. I had no choice, it was meant to be. Down city streets I would roam. I had no bed, I had no home. There was nothing that I owned. Use my fingers as it goes. Now I'm a man, I'm not alone. I am married, I have children of my own. Now I have something I call my own. These are my children, and this is my home. I look around and understand how street kids feel when they're put down. Down city streets I would roam. I had no bed, I had no home. There was nothing that I
Call in on WhatsApp, everybody. You want to have a conversation? You want to talk about serious spirituality? Call in. You can ask your question, Life Lemons.
She was born in the river land, born of her mother into her mother's hands. She
Call
was
in on
free
WhatsApp.
as the river was wild. She was so
So I just want to say that this does not represent me. This does not represent who I am. And I'm going to make a change.
When I see you, when I see you in the morning light, then I know everything will be alright. Yes, 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 darling, I love you so. Said I love you so. And when I hear you, oh, it sounds like an angel song. Then I know that you will make me strong. Yes, yes, yes. And together we will grow. Said that we will grow. And love in the morning is the greatest gift I know. Yeah, it makes my spirit sing. Here in the afterglow, I touch your body and I touch your soul. Hold me, darling, till I grow old. When I feel, oh, whenever I feel this way, I try to keep it with me through the day. Yes, 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 'cause darling, I long for your touch, for your special touch. Love in the morning is the greatest gift I know. Yeah, it makes my spirit sing. Here in the afterglow, I touch your body and I touch your soul.
Okay, Life Lemons, that's a cool question. So Life Lemons said, when you do that blank stare, like in that video with the non-dual teacher, what is happening there? It's basically like I'm resonating with the level of awareness that they have, like keying into and resonating with their level of awareness. So that guy's level of awareness was not very high, whereas like Ajahn Brahm's level of awareness made my head explode. That's how I describe it. Don't just focus on what I look like. Focus on what I'm talking about, what I'm really saying. So that guy, Shiva, there was this guy that called me from his business account on WhatsApp and like trolled me. And then I said, oh my gosh, they're calling from this business account. Then he said, that was my autistic son, and I'd like to make a donation. So basically that guy is worried that he'll like get fired from his job if I reach out to his job and tell them that he called me from that number and acted like a fool. And his explanation was there was his autistic son, his 14-year-old autistic son. And then he sent me $30. So he basically is bribing me to forget about the whole ideal, the whole situation. And I got $30 out of it. So I got $30 for some guy calling me up and telling me that he jerks off when he sees me. So there you go, everybody. The greatest gifts come in the strangest of places. Yeah, that is pretty funny. But clearly he's not the business owner. Yeah, humans are fools, that's life, definitely. Knights of Hospital, that's some funny shit you can't make up, definitely. Very strange, peculiar, and concerning, yeah. So this is all about spirituality. This is all about enlightenment. This is all about ending suffering. That's what this is all about. Whether people like it or not. I'm not doing this for people to like it or not like it. I'm just saying that that's what this is about. That's what my life is about. That's the main focus of what we do here. It's about enlightenment. It's about seeing through the veil. Bloodworm Jim says, laugh out loud, every time I scroll back, you look different. The veil is our perceptions, our opinions, our beliefs, our stories, our subject and object stories that we tell about this situation, this experience. And neither reject nor embrace. That's just desire and fear, isn't it, Laughing Taff? Duh. It's a thinglessness. The real spirituality is free of things. It's even free of the thing of being free of things. No. Dzogchen has established that there is no mirror. Right? Shunyata, emptiness. You thought the spirit was the essence of the universe, the oneness? No, that's just what they tell people who are not ready for the truth. I mean, that's one way to say it, but that's more of a Hindu way to say it. And in Buddhist, that's poetry. So if you take that as your fundamental principle, then that's very, very broken, because you're thingifying emptiness. If you thingify emptiness, you don't know what emptiness is. And you can't know what emptiness is. You can't grasp enlightenment. You can't grasp no mind. Okay. Well, call in on WhatsApp, Laughing Taff. It'd be great to hear from you. I mean, these people that say, well, I don't need to call in, and I'm not, whatever. There's hundreds of people coming in and going in and out of here. You know what I mean? So a lot of people don't have in their spirituality this concern of helping others or working with others, which is a lack of generosity, which is the foundation of the path. I became a monk when I was 25, but I practically first became a monk when I was 20, because that's when I went to go and live and stay at the meditation center. So there's the WhatsApp number, everybody. Just type in your little phone or type in your little computer on WhatsApp and call in. So you want to get started early, because this is something that's going to take 10, 20, 30 years, etc. That's why there's so much fake spirituality out there, because people say, oh, I got it. Now I'm going to give Reiki massages to people. Emptiness is the material perception of the self. Perception is emptiness. Emptiness is perception. I'll give you the number. I'll give you the number to call in, okay? Don't be in a hurry. Shiva with Dr. Rob. Man, Dr. Rob is a heck of a... What's a heck of a... All right, here's the number, everybody. You ready? We're going to pin it. We're going to pin the number. I do not live with my grandmother. I live at the meditation center that I run here in Vietnam. The Monk Life Meditation Institute Meditation Center. This is the WhatsApp number, everybody. A threshold, no. There's certain things that exist practically in a relationship with a teacher and student. Yeah, nice, Laughing Taff. Please call in. I'd like to hear from you, Laughing Taff. I'd like to have a conversation, Sorry, boo-hoo me, because I'd like to have a conversation about spirituality with somebody who's serious about it. I'd like to ask some questions or share. But that's a problem a lot of people get into, because they don't have access to a teacher. They don't have access to a community. They don't have access to a way of practice. So they either just make up something that they believe, or they're not willing to look deeply and challenge deeply their position. All right, Ruchi Kapani. You got to have money with a name like that. Hello. Hello? Apparently not.
Hello.
Oh, who's this?
Hey, this is Energy.
Oh, where are you located, Energy?
I'm in the East Coast of the U.S.
Oh, I've been there before. So, when did you come across the Monk Life Meditation Institute and Dr. Rob?
I honestly just saw it just tonight.
And you can feel the potency, you can feel the energy, right?
I mean, I definitely, there's something that I hear myself talking, so it's really weird.
Turn that off. Turn that thing off.
Hold on one second. I don't think I think it's on your side. I don't think I'm on the YouTube anymore.
Impossible.
Okay. Well, cool. Anyway, I think it's cool that you're trying to get people to talk about it, and don't worry about all these people that are like, you're crazy or whatever. And I know you're not worried about it, but it's cool that you're getting people to at least start to speak about something that I think has been lost for a long time. Hello.
All right, thank you. Can I get a donation?
Okay. Oh, is that why? Yeah, right. But I just came across your channel. I got to watch it more to see what exactly you are representing or not.
All right.
I guess the not part would be most important, right?
Okay. Please send me a donation, Ruchi. Just $5, just $1 or $2.
Because I called you on my WhatsApp. That's great. So thanks for like what is it called? Outing me. But anyway, look, I believe that there is a way to talk about the energy, and when you say that there is just emptiness, I think it leaves a lot of people feeling not ready. And I think emptiness is not the word to utilize, at least not for people who aren't in the space to hear that.
Well, you're a spiritual colonizer, sister. I'm going to tell it to you straight.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. And you are taking the flame higher for people to recognize that
Thank you.
emptiness is the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you can see that and that you can feel that.
Yeah. So, but you know, keep on learning and keep on your path, and that's the most we can wish for anyone, right?
Honey, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You're talking to the most spiritual person you've ever talked to in your entire life. No offense. I don't care what back massagers
Are you
and
from New
dreadhead
Jersey?
and what dreadhead
Wait, are you
wearing,
from New
what
Jersey? I
dreadhead
feel
wearing, what dreadhead
I feel like
wearing,
you're from
crystal
New Jersey,
making,
dude.
candle licking,
Oh wow,
smelling
this is
spiritualist that you got around your corner,
this
honey.
guy.
But I can tell you that
Dude,
I'm the most
this is
spiritual person you've
this
ever
guy's
talked
on
to
the
in your
YouTube
life.
live.
And I can
He's just
guarantee you that,
raving.
honey. I was a Buddhist
He's
monk for
raving,
7 years.
guys.
I've
He's
traveled the world.
raving.
I went
Okay,
to where
he's
the
not
source.
about the.
I went to the source.
If monk life is about this, then I don't think people would want to join.
I
bro.
went to the source, honey. I went to the source, honey. I didn't scroll on
And it
TikTok
turned
and
you
find
into
some
that?
guy, some skinny guy
That's
with a
so sad. Are
six-pack
you on
making
meth,
candles
bro?
in his garage, making songs out of Reiki singing
What is
bowls
he
and tell
talking about?
myself I'm
Is
spiritual.
there-
You want to
is
learn
that-
about real spirituality, you're going to have to put your ego
it-
down.
Doesn't it sound like
You
you're
want a
little
candle?
egotistical
You
right
want
now?
you want a candle? I got a candle right here for you,
No, I
honey.
can make my own candles. I can make my own candles. I don't need anyone's candles. Thanks, though. Dude, that's a little harsh, guys. Everyone who's actually listening to this, I'm really sorry that he's yelling. That's not. I don't know why his name is Monk Life at this point.
I'm trying to
Why
reach
are
you, honey bun. I'm trying to reach out
What
to
are
you,
you
honey
trying
bun.
to- oh,
I'm
can you
trying
give
to
me your
let you
real
know
name?
that I'm the
What's
most
your
spiritual
real name?
person
It's
you've
not-
ever
it's not-
talked to. My name is Dr. Rob, founder of the Monk Life Meditation Institute. I've trained with
Dr.
meditation
Rob,
masters around the
do you
world.
have
I've
a
lived and
PhD, or
trained
did
at
you just put
monasteries
doctor in
around
front
the
of your
world
name?
for years.
This is-
You want to
But
put me into a box
are
and say
there-
I got
are you-
maybe
are
I
you-
think
no, no, no.
that I'm talking
No,
that
no,
I
no.
can't
Here's the
talk
thing.
emptiness because
Sometimes
people
when we're
about energy. You
passionate-
don't know what energy is. This is real Buddhism. This is real spirituality. Okay?
Are you? Maybe I was. You're right. You're right, Dr. Rob. I was meant
Thank
to
you.
be on
Thank
this
you.
call to be yelled at
Thank
by
you.
a true
You got somebody
spiritual-
who's talking to you and trying to help you out. Simple as that.
Ooh. Okay, so go ahead. Help me right now.
You can take your Nag Champa and you can throw it in the trash and you can start listening to me and my teachings and you can learn about what real spirituality is about if that's what you're
What's
interested
Nag-
in.
What are you talking about? The brand of like incense, Nag Champa? Are you talking about incense right now?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Hello. Did something happen? I don't know what's happening.
that it's just a lot of background.
How's it going, honey? I'm sorry, but I had to step
Hey,
away
Dr.
for a
Rob,
moment.
the only way I'm gonna talk to you is if you don't yell. And also if you turn down your YouTube so I don't keep hearing myself talking.
Go
would be
ahead.
good.
What do you want to say?
I know you said you were gonna help me, so let's help me. Let's help me tonight.
Well, the first thing that you should do is introduce yourself. I don't know who I'm talking to here.
You're talking to the person who called you, remember? You said Richie,
Oh,
remember?
the person who called me. Yeah, and their grandmother
called
is
me
the
back.
person who gave birth to the person who called me. Introduce yourself, please, ma'am.
How did my grandmother how did my grandmother give birth? Yeah, well, I mean, I guess eventually, yes, in some ways. Introduce myself. I don't know. You asked me all the questions. I think everyone on your channel knows, right? Supposedly they think I'm your friend.
Please
which
introduce
I don't
yourself,
know.
young lady. How old are you? Where are you from? What's your job? What's your
How does that
business?
matter?
What's your
But
training?
how does that matter?
Well,
Wait,
you
hold on,
say
hold on.
that,
How
that's
does
what I'm
that
going to say
matter?
to my plumber. That's what I'm going to say to my plumber the next time that I clog my toilet up with shit. Is I'm going to
Wait,
say
but
it doesn't
I thought
matter
we were
who
here
it
to
is,
talk
it doesn't
about-
matter
I
what
thought we
they've
were here
trained, it
to
doesn't
talk
matter
about-
what they know. We're
Right,
just going to talk about
exactly.
stuff.
It doesn't matter.
We're just going to talk
who
about
they
stuff
are.
together.
When you want to talk about spirit, you
don't
talk
even know what the
to
spirit
whoever
is,
it
lady.
Oh boy, I'm sorry. You guys have different definitions for the word spirit and soul and all those things. But when you want to talk about the ever-pervasive energy that encompasses the entire
Yeah,
universe,
you're talking about
inside out,
farts. You're talking about my
right?
fart, right? The ever-pervasive energy of my fart that pervades
all
the
of that.
universe
Yeah,
and the heavens
all
and
of
the
it.
hells.
All of it. All of it. It pervades everything.
And you don't want me to
When you
call
want to
that
talk
energy
about that
emptiness.
energy, when you talk about, oh, well, okay, there has to be, right, this dichotomy. When you talk about emptiness, there has to be a dichotomy to that in order for things to continue moving. If everything is emptiness, then nothing moves, then nothing exists. There has to be a dichotomy. If everything was singular, then nothing would happen.
Honey, I'm going to do you a favor and let you know something. You are talking to somebody who traveled the world. Lived in Taiwan, lived in Singapore, lived in South Korea, trained in monasteries in the forest, in the jungle, in the streets of India, Nepal, Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka. You're not talking to your everyday average Joe hanging out by the Wawa, working on
So
their
then
car,
educate
going
me.
to the gas station.
So educate me then.
You want me to educate you?
Yeah, isn't that what you're saying right now? That I'm talking to someone who has done all of these things.
That's true, you are.
Right. In comparison to me, who has lived a limited life.
Yes?
So then you have a responsibility almost to educate me, right?
I agree. Do you have a question of any kind? Any specific question from what we've
shouldn't
talked
you
about
just-
so far?
I mean,
I don't have a question for myself.
Didn't I just pose a question?
What's your question? Go ahead.
Were you listening?
This isn't about me. This is about you.
How is it about me if it's your channel and I called in because you asked someone to call in and I did, and then you called me back after yelling at me and I asked you to stop yelling at me, and then you're talking about energy and how I don't know what spirit is. So then educate me. What are all
Honey,
of these things?
I'm doing this work to get through your ego. Your ego that has been conditioned by TikTok and YouTube and scented candles and guys with dreadlocks walking around like they know what they're talking about because they got nice sunglasses on and know how to drink IPA beer. I'm trying to help you.
Is there something, do you have some kind of a thing with guys with dreadlocks? Did something happen to you?
Hey, honey, if you've been around guys with dreadlocks, that's your problem, not mine.
What's wrong with guys with dreadlocks? Aren't they just another
They're not as
representation of
spiritual
the
as I
same
am.
thing?
They're not as spiritual as I am. I don't care how good they look. I don't care what their
What are
BMI
you
is. I don't
doing
care
right now?
how I don't care how regularly they don't overeat, okay? They're not as spiritual as I am, and that's real.
What is
Oh, they got
overeating? Okay,
long,
okay.
thick,
What about
flowing hair. Oh, they're not
okay? What
balding in
about
any way.
what about people who overeat? What about people who overeat, who overdrink, who oversmoke, who over everything? Where is that line? How do we know? Who drew that line?
Are they fat?
What is fat?
If you're fat, you're fat. Am I right? What are we talking about
Isn't
here?
that a different? I mean, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about just the planet Earth? Are we talking about the entire universe? Are we talking about a speck
Honey,
so
you're
small?
talking to someone who has left Earth. You're talking to somebody who has traveled within
So
the
then
Earth.
why
You're
are you
talking to somebody
defining
who's
people
left the
with Then
atmosphere.
why are you defining the universe in dreadlocks and fat people?
Are you a fat person with dreadlocks? Is there something I'm not aware of here?
Maybe I am a fat person with dreadlocks.
Well, that doesn't define who
Maybe
you
that's who I
actually are.
am.
That doesn't define your essence.
Yes. So what is my essence?
A Boingeschmidt.
What is that? Define that word, because I don't think it's in the dictionary yet.
Are you trying to embarrass me in front of these people?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, ask me your real question. You keep going around in circles about if people are really fat, or if people with dreadlocks stink, or if I'm overweight or not. Listen, ask your question. Ask your spiritual question. You're coming here and you're saying you're a spiritual woman. You're coming here and you're saying you're a spiritual person, are you not? You're coming here and saying you're a spiritual person. Guess what? You're talking to one of the most spiritual people you've ever met in your life, if not the most spiritual person you've ever met in your life.
To you? What does spiritual mean to you, Dr. Rob?
I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, honey. I decide what spirituality is. I decide what spirituality means. Not the people at the gas station at New Jersey who are smoking weed and listening to fucking reggae music and smiling and laughing on ecstasy.
Are you from Jersey? You sound and behave like a person from New Jersey.
Listen, if this is as far as you want to go with this conversation, then that can be it. If you have a real question, then you can ask that. But I have important things to do.
Listen, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but with all of this, like putting words in people's mouth, like if you really know what you're doing, then help people. Don't do this. This is bad.
And another case successfully diagnosed and cured. Can we get a round of applause from the audience? Whether you like it or not, whether you would prefer it to be that way or not, whether it's comfortable for your ego or not, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I have traveled and trained with meditation center masters and monks and nuns around the world for years continuously, and you have not. So don't come here and tell me that you're spiritual because you've got a good supply of scented candles in the back of the bus. Okay? I'm the one who decides what spirituality is. I'm the expert. I'm the experienced person in the field. And now somehow we got a whole room full of people that know about spirituality and know about Buddhism and meditation. Who the hell is this? Hello? Hello? Who is this?
Is this Dr. Rob?
Yes, who's this?
Oh. I have a question real quick.
What's your question, young man?
Just about life and just a spiel, but
you got something in your mouth? Spit
going
it
through a
out.
crisis right now.
Say what you got to say.
I'm just twirling my fucking dreads, listening
Shut
to
your fucking mouth! Shut your fucking mouth! Shut your fucking mouth! People think this is a game. This is real life. You can call in to my number right there. That's right. People are rude as shit. People are weird as shit. If you're ready to learn, I will share with you. If you're here to play a little ego game and twirl your dreadlocks that stink and talk about New Jersey and insult me and not answer me properly and show me the respect that I deserve and that I've earned over 7 years of being a Buddhist monk and over a decade of being a spiritual practitioner, then you can get the fuck out. And boo-hoo, sorry me that I don't buy this idea that somehow every single person here has magically become a spiritual person. Whoop-de-fucking-do, out of the blue. Every person here is now a sannyasin. Every person here is now a meditator. Every person here now magically takes spirituality seriously. How the fuck did that happen? People think this is a game. It's not.
Call in the WhatsApp.
Listen, friends, this is not a fucking game. If you're serious about spirituality, join the club. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've been serious about spirituality for more than a decade. I'm 33 years old. I am in the top 99th percentile of spiritual people in the United States of America. Okay? Let's get real about it. If somebody calls in here and is not willing to answer a simple question, is not willing to introduce themselves, don't expect me to act like you're some fucking Shakira dancer doing me a favor by talking to me. All right? You can take that bullshit somewhere else. I see right through it. I see right through that fucking game. We've got somebody calling in here. Maria. Hello, Maria.
Hello. What's up?
Did you donate to my GoFundMe or not?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, honey. I really appreciate that. What can I do for you today?
Well, I didn't get clear what the lady was talking about.
She's not talking about anything. She just wants to have a good time. She just wants to flap her gums.
Why?
Who knows? How can we know? How can we know what the other's mind is, especially if they're not even willing to introduce themselves? I'm giving out my whole biography. I'm spending hours of my time to share with people and to connect people with real spirituality. I have over 1,000 live streams on my channel. Thousands of hours of teaching meditation, of being a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
I'm not. I wasn't. I'm the bad example.
All right, honey. What, you need anything else?
Well, what is emptiness is nothingness.
What's nothingness?
Not a thing. To exist. Something must be anything. I don't know how to explain myself. My English is very bad.
How could you explain nothing?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense, does it? So just don't know. Practice not knowing.
Well, I'm in that all my life.
Well, why stop now?
Yeah. Well, I don't have more questions. I have, I do nothing.
Okay. All right, keep it up, honey.
Yeah.
Thank you for your donation.
Okay.
All right, take care.
No, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Take care.
You're welcome. What a joy. It's nice to have those accents, people who can actually appreciate tea, who actually can appreciate some culture. Not these American McDonald's hungry demons. Who's this? Who is this? Hello?
Hey, man.
Who's this little young man? What can I do for you, young man?
Hey, man, I'm Austin. I'm from Georgia.
Oh, you're Austin from Georgia. Good for you. You want to sell me some peaches? What are you doing calling me?
That's a good question. We disagree about a lot of things, but
What do you mean we disagree about a lot of things? Who are you? I don't know who you are. I've never spoken to you in my entire life. How could we disagree about something?
I've watched.
Okay. So?
Well, I just disagree. We disagree about Jesus.
Lord, let's sing a little bit of gospel. Let's not get into arguing with each other about agreeing or disagreeing on Jesus. Let's sing a little bit of gospel together. How's that sound?
Sure.
All right. You ready?
Yeah. Sure.
10, 9, 8, 7. Here we go. You ready, brother? We're going to sing this one together.
Okay, which one are we singing?
You'll hear it. You'll know it when you hear it. We can talk about Jesus after we sing the gospel, eh? Lord, I lift your name on high. Come on, brother. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I can't hear you. There's people listening.
Yeah, praise Jesus.
I'm so glad you're in my life.
Lord of my
I'm
life.
so glad you came to save us.
Thank you, Lord.
He came from heaven to earth to show the way. From the earth to the cross, our debt repaid. From the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I
get it.
All right, you got it. So what do we disagree about, brother?
Well, I think maybe you didn't mean it. Sometimes we say stuff we don't mean. If that's how you really feel, then good. I have nothing to say then.
Well, I'm not always correct in what I say.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know your heart.
Okay, well, what can I do for you today?
I don't know, man. You just made me feel better. I feel great now. That was fun.
Well, you're welcome here. You're welcome to come here and calm down and feel the power of Christ and the Holy Spirit and all that. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, man. I'm 10 out of 10.
All right, thank you, brother. Take care.
Too.
Come by anytime.
Yeah. Bye, bro.
Bye. Shiva, do you have anything to say for yourself besides just repeatedly posting my WhatsApp number? And everybody, we do have a GoFundMe that's been set up. We're raising money for a motorcycle here in Vietnam. Here is a PayPal link, but the best way is, one of the ways is a GoFundMe link here. So I'm going to put that GoFundMe link here, everybody. And that's something that you can click on, you can go to, you can copy and paste that, and you can donate to the Monk Life Meditation Motorcycle Project. We're going to use that bike for doing the Monk Life Meditation motorcycle vlogs, going to different temples, going to different environments here in the Vietnam. And we also have Cash App. My Cash App is MonkLife93. And if you make a major donation, if you make a big donation right now, everybody's going to know it. Everybody's going to know it. I'm going to make an announcement about it. You can check the GoFundMe. You can check the GoFundMe link and see for yourself. Vietnam has a lot of traffic, a lot of potholes, a lot of dangerous roads. That's why I need a big bike. I'm a heavy set man. That's why we're raising $3,000. We're raising $2,500 for the bike itself, and we're raising $500 for accessories, GoPro, good helmet, good gear, so that I'm going to be safe out there, and we're going to be able to make this happen in a really beautiful way. You don't need it more than I need my bike, Shiva. All right, everybody. Well, unless somebody donates a lot, then these live streams are going to be ended, and you're going to have to find something else to do. Okay, Esmo. Hello, Esmo says, I'm unsure of your approach. What about catch more flies with honey? Does anyone let go of their ego when confronted by you? Well, this is not about catching flies. This is not about catching anything or catching anyone. So there you go. The best honey is a bitter poison that makes you sick, that makes you so sick that you have to find real spirituality to prove me wrong and to prove yourself right. So unless somebody makes a major donation on the GoFundMe in the next 5 minutes, this live stream is going to be over. All of this is going to be over. And this is a final chance to put a big middle finger up to the world and to everybody who said that you couldn't do it and that it wouldn't work. This is the chance right here, everybody. This is the chance. Okay, I got it. Sorry, Shiva. I'm sorry for all the background noise, Shiva. All right, everybody, listen closely. Unless somebody donates on the GoFundMe in the next 5 minutes with a big donation, then this live stream and all this is getting shut down. I'm not joking around. So this is your chance, everybody. This is your final chance. Get your affairs in order. Get the dynamics and get the energies in order. Make your donation, and we'll keep this train going, okay? Someone donated $50 to the GoFundMe. Are you sure? Everybody, keep an eye on the GoFundMe. We want to see when we get those big donations. We want to see how everything's going, okay? In 5 minutes, if somebody doesn't donate a big donation, then there's going to be a big problem for everybody who wants to watch this live stream, because I'm going to turn it off. Doesn't get any more clear than that, does it? And if you want to see this live stream in 4K, go to my YouTube channel and you can see a 4K version of this live stream. Raise your hand if you'd like to see me here, and raise your hand if you'd like to see me in 4K. I'm not joking around about this either. I'm not pulling your leg. Raise your hand if you would like to see me in 4K, to see my whole body, to see my Buddha picture, to see my microphone, to see everything that's going on here in 4K. Who would want to see that? Raise your hand. Who would want to see that? And so if you want to see that, the only thing that you have to do is go to my YouTube channel and you'll see the other stream that is in 4K. I'm looking at the GoFundMe right now. We have not received any more donations. We have not received any more donations. What's Esmo saying here?
said, I can't hear what you're saying over what you're doing. Thank you for your super chat. I think that was a deep statement. You'll have to decipher.
It can't be that deep. It's just on the back of a $2 bill. Someone donated? Did someone donate on the GoFundMe? Everybody check the GoFundMe. Check the motorcycle GoFundMe. Check if someone donated. You guys check for me, and then I'll check. Did they donate? $50? $200? Shiva, did you check? Whoa, we got a $50 donation, everybody, on the GoFundMe. Let's take a look. Let's see for ourselves. We want to enjoy this together, right? Open up Opera browser. Turn on our VPN. This is amazing. Let's see. Let's see, everybody, if we got a donation on the GoFundMe. Whoa, we got a $50 donation from Anonymous. Anonymous donated $50 on our GoFundMe, everybody, for the motorbike, for the Monk Life Meditation Institute to develop, to get that motorbike. And we are going to get it, man. We're going to reach our $3,000 goal. We've raised $750 of our $3,000 goal for our Monk Life Meditation motorbike, everybody. This is fantastic. May this donation bring a wave of donations. May this donation bring a wave of donations. May this, everybody repeat after me. Everybody say it together with me. May this donation bring a wave of donations. 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 Everybody, let's say it. If you can't donate money because you just put it in the chat. May this donation bring a wave of donations. 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 Don't stop saying it, everybody. Somebody says they donated $300. Cats for life. That's great. Our GoFundMe is set up, everybody. Our GoFundMe is set up. We're raising $3,000 to help Dr. Rob expand his outreach with a Monk Life meditation motorbike. But you all check. Sometimes people are playing games and trying to trick me. So you guys check if they made the donation on the GoFundMe or not, okay? You guys check and you let me know. Hello? Hello? Did somebody donate? Did somebody donate on the GoFundMe? Did we reach our goal? Did we reach our goal, guys? Hello? We have to figure out what to call you guys. What's the name for you guys? So you guys are a part of the meditation army, right? Let me put a pray emoji in the chat if you're a part of the meditation army, guys. The pray emoji. Put the pray emoji in the chat if you're a part of the meditation army, guys. Hashtag meditation army. Let's see. Everybody who's a part of the meditation army and isn't a part of those loser trolls. A red triangle's a bunch of pansies, and they're weak. They're scaredy cats. If you're ready to leave the red triangle army and join the meditation army, put that pray emoji in the chat, everybody. And thank you for that $50 donation. Hello? Shiva, why do you never have anything to offer on these live streams, man? My wife was even complaining to me about how you just sit there. You don't do anything. You don't say anything. You don't offer anything. You don't ask any questions. You literally just sit there and read super chats and beg people for money and nothing else. Literally. While I do all the work. And I saw your beach live stream, man. That was a joke. That was an embarrassment. You should be embarrassed of yourself to sit out there on the beach and beg like that. You're begging for money? Here we go. That's right, Chanath. Shiva is an apprentice carpenter who thinks he's a master carpenter. He's a fool, and he's not doing anything but making problems for the work that I'm doing and what I'm trying to help him with. Everybody, I want to be clear about this right now. I want to be clear about something right now with everybody who's watching this live stream. Hello? Hello? Send me the Red Triangle Discord server. Send me the Discord server to the Red Triangle Army. Yeah, that's Shiva's the secret enlightened followers of the Shiva Kailash Shambho channel that he's teaching to subtly and psychically with his meditating in front of his mango altar. That's where they all hang out. Wow, they're really getting a treat today, Shiva. You're really treating them today, buddy. Hello? Shiva, hello. Shiva, are you there? Hello. You're not going to act like this when you're in my house, man. I will be a red triangle. I will infiltrate the red triangles. I will be a part of the red triangle community. You just send me an invite. Simple as that. These people think you're actually at my house, Shiva. If Shiva was at my house right now, I'd go insane. I'd literally become insane. I'd have a panic attack. I'd go into convulsions. Send me an invite to the syndicate. Send me an invite to the syndicate. Or else. Shiva is a fool. Now's not the time to meditate, Shiva. The time to meditate is when you're in your own time. Now's the time to teach and share and engage. Not just sit there disassociating with subscribers only mode on, you fucking freak. You little hobo gremlin. All right, everybody. Well, unless we receive a large donation on the GoFundMe in the next 5 minutes, we're turning off the live stream and we're moving on from this. I'm gonna get on with my day. Okay? Is that clear to everybody? Is that clear? Do I need to say it in any other ways? I got 50. We're raising 3,000. It's 25%. We're at 25%. We got 75% to go. We're a quarter of the way there. We're a fourth of the way there. We're 2/8 of the way there. We're 2/8 of the way to our goal. Windows, you sent 500? Really? Well, it'll show up soon. We'll celebrate it once it shows up. We're not going to celebrate it a minute before that. Right, will my world be whole if I get this bike? It'll be as close to whole as it's ever been. Windows, I'm refreshing the GoFundMe page, and your $500 donation isn't showing up there just yet. Debbie, yes, 1,000 will be enough. 1,000 from you will be enough. That'll bring us very close to our goal, Debbie. I'm a heavy set man. Yes, I'm a heavy set man. We're going to spend $2,500 for the bike and $500 for accessories. I will be using it to improve the content I make. Yes, that's right. That's right. I'll be using that bike to make to improve the content that I make. And if it turns out that we're gonna have to let it go, or we'll sell it and we'll donate that money to travel expenses. Okay. It'll come, Windows. Don't rush. Someone tricked you, Debbie? Don't worry. Just send the $1,000. We have experiences in our past of being tricked and being manipulated. But that's not what's happening here. It's okay, Debbie. 1,000 is enough. Okay, you donated 50 more. Great. I will teach you how to not get tricked again. That's right. Yes, I want to be a part of the Red Triangle. I want to join the Red Triangle Syndicate. Just send me the Discord server, you little twat. Stop talking all that nonsense. Shiva doesn't need a new phone. Look, he already has a phone. And he's talking about lag. Lag for what? He's just sitting there not moving. He could be a fucking still image for all he needs. He doesn't need a new phone. That's why he's just begging for money. I need that motorbike, that $2,500 motorbike for my work and for my teachings and for this institute. My wife is at work. Shiva's not sending positive energy to anybody. Shiva's got his head so far up his ass that his duolinga is getting confused with his upper intestines. Okay? What are you looking for up there, Shiva? You should be preparing for Mahashivasti instead of making a fool of yourself, not working with the people here. All you do is go live and beg and post a link for people to donate and post my WhatsApp number and sit there and do nothing. I'm going to become a leader in the Red Triangle Syndicate. Courage is the cure. Yes, my wife is working. She works for a living. We don't all have things handed out to us for free. I told Shiva and he looks at me like I'm a fool. And then he does some live stream at the beach and acts like he's doing something. He acts like something's going on with his life. Most of the time in his life, he's sitting on his phone begging for money. Shiva, why don't you get a job, buddy? You need money for a phone, so now you're going to be on live and beg for money from people? If you live in Pennsylvania, I know they got good real estate out there. We're trying to raise a little bit of money here.
I need approximately $300 more US dollars to buy my new phone.
You already got a phone, man. How much have you raised on your GoFundMe that you set up for your new phone, Shiva? How much did you raise? How much? Chanath, how much did he raise? I'm not begging for a bike. I'm telling people what's needed for the work that we have coming up. We're fundraising for the work and for the project. He raised 26 bucks and he's coming up here and saying he raised $50, about $50. He's a liar, he's a scam artist, he's a failed pickup artist, and he's a spiritual charlatan is what he is. And he's a freak, and he's a hobo. And he's a bagpacker. Robert McKnight says phones in Vietnam are like $5, and somehow this guy needs $1,000 for some phone. Nobody should trust this guy. Nobody should trust what he says. A bagpacker. And they've done Reddit articles about this. I can see the Reddit article of Shiva right now. The hell is Cactus Jack doing here? Be patient, and the donations will come. I used to be a targeted individual. I used to get gang stalked. Then I became a Buddhist monk. Yes, the goal for the fundraiser is $3,000. We're raising $3,000 for my motorbike and the Monk Life Meditation motorcycle project. The GoFundMe link is right there. The GoFundMe link is pinned. Do not send Shiva money for his phone. Do not do that. His whole thing is a fake. His whole thing is a LARP. If you need to send money, you send money to me. I will be responsible for taking care of what Shiva needs. If he needs a phone or if he needs some money, I'll take care of that. Right now, the priority is donating for the Monk Life Meditation Motorcycle Project, not for Shiva to have extra bucks to buy a phone or anything like that. Okay? Don't play around with that kind of stuff. I don't want you to waste your money. I don't want you to give your money to someone who's less spiritually developed. Somebody who already has enough money to buy that phone, but their daddy issues and their stinginess means that they want to beg for it. It's not right, it's not proper, and I don't want anybody to get pulled into that. The least of all you, Marissa. This is a shady character. As much as I'm willing to spend time with him and work with him a little bit, I can tell you this guy is a shady character. And the moment that he gets what he wants, everything goes to shit. So donate on the GoFundMe and do not send anything to Shiva. Thank you. Shiva doesn't have any potency to be into black magic. He's into just sitting there in the blackness of his mind, not doing anything. He's very shady. He's a shady hobo. Sitting there not doing anything, looking at the blackness of his mind. Acting like he's doing everybody a favor. Look into this guy's history. Look into this guy's past. Look into who this guy is. It's dangerous. Only thing Shiva is reaching is his head further and further up his ass, sitting there like that. He doesn't know what he's doing. Everybody, we have a GoFundMe set up. We're raising $3,000 for a monk life meditation motorbike project. You can find the GoFundMe link right there. And we're looking to raise the full $3,000 here. We're at 25%. We only need 3 other people to donate 25%. That's $750 a piece. That's a small amount in terms of world wealth. And this is an opportunity for people to make a real donation on GoFundMe, and I will receive that donation. I was not sleeping. I was not asleep. Okay, go to the Monk Life Meditation channel. You can find the link to the GoFundMe there. A small drop in the bucket. Donate on GoFundMe. There's the GoFundMe right there. Don't think twice. Just do it. Just dive in. I think GoFundMe probably takes credit cards too, everybody, so if you don't want to pay it all now, just put it on a credit card. Nothing wrong with that. Visa, MasterCard, American Express. Nothing wrong with that. You might have to go, but I'm doing my work, buddy. What do you got to do? Go and beg at the beach? Why don't you beg the Vietnamese people for money, man? Get yourself a cardboard sign and tell them you're a spiritual teacher. And tell them you need to get a new phone for your live streaming. What's wrong with that? You're doing it online. Why don't you do it you're doing it online with random people. Why don't you do it out in the beach in Da Nang? Beg those Russian people for a couple bucks. They'll help you get a new phone. I also have Bitcoin address. I have a Bitcoin wallet. No problem. I don't know. Maybe Buddhist temples and monasteries don't give a fuck about your opinion of somebody else. You ever heard about that before? I think it was on the retard bulletin. It was on the 2026 summer retard calendar. That Buddhist organizations don't give a fuck what your opinion is. What are you, fucking stupid as shit? You lost your damn mind? John Carroll. You send me on Bitcoin. You send me the rest of the money for that, the Monk Life Meditation motorcycle project. You owe me, man. You know that. My wife is working. But Why do I look like I have problems with my eyes? Yeah, Riley White, you know a monk. A monkey. That's who told you that I'm not a retard, is some monkey freak. Has Bitcoin really fallen to 68,000? Did we receive another donation on the GoFundMe, everybody? Should we check? Have we received a new donation on the GoFundMe? We should check if we received a new donation on the GoFundMe. Let's check on Opera. Opera has a built-in VPN. You cheap bastards. Nobody's donating to my project. It's $3,000. It's not a lot of money. I've already got 25% of it. We're basically halfway there. Let me pull it up, John Carroll. I've got Coinbase here. Well, no, better yet, I can give you a PayPal Bitcoin address, John Carroll. I appreciate that. I've been down this road before. I hope I don't get tricked again. Coinbase. All right, Paul Bright. Thank you for your membership. That person, the person who tricked me last time, they said they were going to make a big donation on Bitcoin, and they ended up, I got all my affairs in order to make sure I could receive that, and then they ended up not sending anything. Okay. Trade. Receive. Deposit. I gotta get this to receive crypto. Here we go. Bitcoin. Is it Bitcoin, John? Sorry to hear about the Bitcoin going down. All right, everybody. Here's my Bitcoin QR code. Here's my Bitcoin QR code, everybody. This is my Bitcoin QR code. And the address, the Bitcoin address, I'll type it in right here. I'll type in my Bitcoin address right here, everybody. This is my Bitcoin address, everybody. This is my Bitcoin address. Just copy and paste it, man. Just figure it out. Just copy and paste it, man. Just figure it out. That's my Bitcoin address right there, John. That's my Bitcoin address right there. Okay, thank you. That's my Bitcoin address right there. All right, Zelda is also a member. Thank you, Zelda. Because we had someone donate a lot of memberships, so a lot of people found themselves to be members out of the blue. John, did you get it? Did you get the Bitcoin address? Don't call me a freak. She was going into Mahasamadhi. Uh-oh. Yeah, what are you doing hanging around a loser if that's what you think I am? If you think I'm just a loser, then whatever. The GoFundMe link is there. The Bitcoin address is here. What more needs to be said? I hope you got it, John. I hope it showed up. Previous comment way above. What did you say, Zelda? What the heck's going on? Did the Bitcoin address show up, everybody? Did the Bitcoin address show up? Did you guys see it? Hello? Wow, what is Zelda doing? What's going on? Wait a minute, what's going on? Hello? Well, Zelda's a member. Hello? John? $13 for Friday the 13th. You donated, John? Did you donate on Bitcoin, John? If you donated $13, John, me and you are going to have a problem. Wait a minute, what's going on? Hello? How much did you donate, John? Just spoil it. Tell me how much. It's going to take a little bit of time to show up here. How much did you donate, John? Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has crashed. 68,000. Better be $1,300. Better be $1,300. What's going on? Hello? Imagine if I got donated 13 Bitcoin. That'd be crazy. Is that what happened, John? You donated me 13 Bitcoin? We're raising $3,000, everybody, for the motorbike. Hello? 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 Shiva. Missy Vamp, you can donate through the GoFundMe. We're raising $3,000. I'm a heavy set man, so we're raising a good amount of money for a high quality bike. We don't want to cheap out on this bike, basically. Sure. Sure. You can buy this accessories for sure. 3K on Western Union would be ideal. And then we could put all this GoFundMe to rest. All this fundraising, all this stuff, we could put it all to rest if we received one donation of $3,000 through Western Union. And that's very simple to do. It's a very simple donation to make. You reach out to me and we'll get it done today. We'll finish this all up today. We're raising $3,000. Shiva, did a big donation come through on the GoFundMe? We gotta raise this money. We're raising $3,000. We've already raised 25%. That means there's only 75% left to raise. We've got the GoFundMe link right there. Not complicated. Somebody wants to step up and send $3,000 through Western Union, we can put this whole thing behind us and we can move on. I'll go with Shiva. Me and Shiva will go together and pick up that Western Union. He's not getting a single dime of it, but he can record me when I'm picking it up. When we successfully raise this $3,000 through GoFundMe, through our online fundraising efforts, we will go out there and we will purchase the motorbike, and we will purchase the accessories, and we will purchase the helmet, and we will purchase the accessories needed. I thought you were saying you're going to change your mind about coming out here and being my my best friend, buddy pal. What? Oh my God, now we have an announcement, everybody. This scumbag, this hobo, this freak, this evil freak is full of greed, and he's sick. And he's sick in the head. We're raising $3,000. This money is for the Monk Life Meditation Motorbike Project. $3,000 is completely reasonable. It's not a lot of money. Shiva doesn't need anything to do what he's doing. The only thing he needs is what he already has, and a flight back to Canada to stay at his mom's house. That's Shiva's only expense that he has. Right, Shiva? What? Solera? Solana? What did you just say? Runs with Raptors said, how about GoFundMe for a snowmobile for Shiva? He doesn't know how to ride a snowmobile. He's about as Canadian as the American flag. GoFundMe for Shiva to check himself into the Monk Life Institute. Shiva needs Dr. Rob's help, and he's going to be getting it for Mahashravasti. Tomorrow night, right, Shiva? You're flying in tomorrow night. How good it feels to know that I'm the one that people want, that I've got what people want, that I'm the one who gets to decide if I'm nice or not. That's power. Listen, man, your mom's not out on the street, is she? Is your mom out on the street? When you need a flight back to Canada, your mom will buy you a flight ticket back to Canada, right? Just go and buy the fucking phone. Or do you just want to keep begging and see how much money, see how much reason you can get for money to be coming in about this phone? Just go fucking buy it. He's probably already bought it. He's probably already bought it. Who wants to see that? Who cares, man? It's just some fucking dumbass phone. The same as the phone you already have. You're talking about you need to buy a phone on a phone. You say you're going to live stream you buying a phone on the phone that you already have. Who wants that, man? You're crazy. All right. Whoever sends me $3,000 cash through Western Union for me to pick up here in Vietnam, I will personally give you a 6-week mentorship course. I'm offering a one slot only opportunity for a 6-week mentorship course. $3,000. $3,000. Shiva, Shelly's aunt owns a bakery in Vancouver. You can get a job there. She says she can help you out and get you a job. I think you'd look a lot better, Shiva, if you were in a baker's man outfit and you were working a job. And you actually worked for what you want and worked for what you need. Instead of starting up that YouTube channel 2 years ago and showing us this journey of being a loser to a spiritual charlatan. I'm giving a once-in-a-lifetime $3,000 course. This is a one slot. I'm only going to open this up for one person. $3,000 sent on Western Union. And you will have a 6-week course on your agenda, led by none other than Dr. Rob himself. How's that sound? Does it include black rings? Where does black rings come from? I'm giving people here an opportunity. I'm not begging. I'm giving people an opportunity for something a lot more valuable than $3,000, something that's actually priceless. But I'm giving you that opportunity. $3,000, one person. I'm going to take one person on in this way. One person. For a 6-week course. And trust me, your life will be entirely changed after you send me that $3,000. And that 6-week course is going to be there too. Now I'm going to check the GoFundMe and see if we've reached our goal yet or not. All right, everybody, anticipation. We're going to refresh the goal. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We have not raised another single dollar. We are 25% to our goal. We are 25% to our $3,000 goal. We have testimonials here. Get Dr. Rob a motorcycle. Traveling Monk spiritual vlog. It'll be epic. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're 25% there already. We're 25% $3,000. Does anybody hear what I'm saying right now? We're almost at the goal. Man, you talk like that and it's really, really disrespectful to people. Yeah, I know how to drive one Cornbread USA, and that's why we're raising $3,000, not $100, because I need the best for my size. I have a larger size, and so I need a bike that has some power and also can take my size. And we're going to get that bike, and that bike is going to be here in Vietnam for our projects and for our works here in Vietnam.
Let's see the package. Put the package in front of the screen. Put the package in front of the screen. Put the package in front of the screen. With another super chat. For 3K, can I meet your SpongeBob girl? That's bad. I'm sure about girls can respond to that.
Listen, everybody, this isn't that hard. $3,000 is not a lot of money.
Anyways, Troy wants to know how you got your black rings and SpongeBob.
I have psychic contracts out for a lot more money than that, I'll tell you. And I do not recommend breaking psychic contracts unless you work out a deal to get those contracts annulled. Hey, let's get this done. I'm not going to sit here all day. $3,000. It's not that much money. We're already 25% there. I will stop. I will make a deal. If we receive $2,000 in the next 10 minutes, we're done. We'll close the fundraiser right there. If we receive $2,000 in the next 10 minutes, we'll end the fundraiser right there, and I will cover the rest. The GoFundMe link is right there. That John Carroll guy was supposed to send me money on Bitcoin. My Cash App is MonkLife93. My Cash App is MonkLife93. 10 minutes, they reach $2,000. $10,000. 10 minutes to reach $10,000.
Yeah, here, Missy says, do you know how long it takes to come up with $3,000? How can you ride on the backs of others? It's not very humble lifestyle.
Newsflash, Missy. Don't be a bitch.
Troy with another $2. Shiva, do you want Dr. Bob below the belt? What? Troy wants Dr. Bob below the belt. What about Bob signal him below the belt? Sure.
I'm sick of this. 10 seconds to donate $2,000 and reach the end of the fundraiser. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, it was just a joke. I'm just messing around, everybody. I'm just messing around. We're good. Everybody's good here. Everybody's cool. Just messing around. Just kind of a show. Yeah, I take PayPal, Robert McKnight. I take PayPal, 100%. I do. I already posted my Bitcoin, honey. I'll send you again. How much are you going to send on Bitcoin? And John Carroll's a little punk freak, which I knew he was from the first time I saw him. He's a weirdo. Dude's a total weirdo. I'm just being in that way. I'm just being real, man. That guy's a weirdo. That guy is a freak. No offense to him, but that energy's not welcome around me. The GoFundMe link is right here. The Cash App is MonkLife93. I'm gonna put my Bitcoin address right there, Annie. I'm gonna put my Bitcoin address in the in my live stream.
Oh my God. I'm gonna see him tomorrow. I'm gonna see Dr. March tomorrow. It's gonna be a big deal.
Here's the Bitcoin address, honey. All right, Shannon, and that's for anybody. We take Solera, we take French onion coin, we take any coin. We take Adi coin. Where's Adi at? No, not Adi. We take Australian dollars, everybody. Don't be shy. This is the Bitcoin wallet runs with Raptors. This is the Bitcoin wallet. You see it? You see it here? I'm getting all mixed up. Is everybody one person? Is everybody one person? Are there separate people? Are there such things as separate people? What do you want to send me? You want to send me Solara? You want to send me Bitcoin? You want to send me... Everybody is becoming one in my mind. I'm going through a unification process. Shiva is a mooch. Shiva is a scammer. Shiva is a con artist. A failed pickup artist. Still got that cough, huh? Kay Gently says, can we have Dr. Rob and Shiva in Creator Clash boxing match? Of course we can, man. Of course. It's only going up from here. All right, come on. What are we doing here? Send me that fucking money. Whoa! Someone just sent me 0.000001500 bitcoins, which amounts to $1 via the Bitcoin network. One fucking dollar. This is not a fucking game. This is not a fucking game. What do you think? I need money for Roblox? Robux? Thank you, Shannon. Thank you for your consideration. So we're looking to receive $3,000 through Western Union today. You got a bank account. You got a savings account. You got a credit card. Open up the Western Union app. Download the Western Union app. It's easy peasy. It's one-to-one. One of the easiest things you'll ever do in your life. You reach out to me once you have the Western Union app. You don't need my location. You just send it to Vietnam. I'll give you my name, my full name, and I bring my passport there, and that's it. And I go and pick that money up. There's nothing difficult about that. There's nothing difficult about that. What? I'm not begging for anything. I earn what I get. I earn what I have and I earn what I get, okay? Not begging for anything. I don't know what I'm going to do with your credit card number. Just send it to me through Western Union. Really? Runs with Raptors? That's perfect. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Runs with Raptors. But just use it for Western Union. Just use it to send me Western Union. That's it. You don't need to give me the number. Just use it to send me Western Union. They said they've got a credit card. They'll give me the zip code. They'll send me the credit card number, that there's a 13K limit. That's fine, but better just use it to send me the Western Union. The GoFundMe is right there. Or just use the credit card on the GoFundMe. All right, so judge says just take the money and shut up. Okay, give me the fucking money and I'll shut up. What? There's no live streaming on the beach with your shitty phone, man. All right, send me $10 in Bitcoin. Better yet, make it 1,000. That's what I need. I need to get a P.O. box here in Vietnam. I need to find a P.O. box here in Vietnam. Ethereum. All right, I'll take you $50 on Ethereum. Hold on. Wait, everybody. Let's see if we can get this deal done first. Ethereum Classic? Is it Ethereum Classic? I understand. Okay, here we go. Here's the address. Easy peasy. See, that ain't all that hard, everybody. This ain't all that hard. Ain't nothing wrong with this. This is natural. This is human. Nothing wrong with this. I'm not threatening anybody here, am I? I'm just asking for a little bit of a handout, a little bit of help for this project that we're doing here. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm not saying anything bad is going to happen to you. I'm not strong-arming anybody. There's the address. There's the Ethereum address. We have a project. I'm asking for investment. There are investors here. We're investing in something. We're building something here, okay? FYI. This is an investors meeting, FYI, okay? Everybody thinks it's a joke. This is an institute. These are projects that we're doing at an institute. This is fundraising. Imagine how much there will be if 50 people send $10. If 50 people send dollars, that would be $500. This is an investors meeting. Oh, what? We're not allowed to have investors circles, investors meetings here at the institute? I'm not allowed to fundraise and to crowdsource our projects and our initiatives? What kind of fucking world are we living in? Huh? Black man can't drive a car in this country? Is that what you're trying to say? The corporations can have a vote, but I can't fundraise, I can't organize for my institute and for my fucking work? Now, send me that fucking money! This is a big project. This is a big movement. We have the GoFundMe right here. This is something that you're going to buy into early on. You're not going to want to wait. You're not going to want to hesitate. We want $3,000 investing in the Western Union transfer, investing in the action of generosity. And Mr. Cat, I'm looking at you. What you got in your litter box? What's that? Why is that funny? This is comedy, man. This is real comedy. This is real fundraising. We're fundraising, and we got all these fun sucker freaks like Mukio. Go fuck yourself, Mukio, you fucking retard. Cheap ass bitch. You want to be a part of our little friend zone here? You better put some fucking money on the table. Now, where's that Ethereum? Where's that Ethereum donation? Cash App is MonkLife93, Western Union. We can send $3,000 at one time on Western Union. Shame on you people. I can't start a business. I can't run an institute. Says who? This is my business. This is my institute. This is my research foundation. Add me as an authorized user on a credit card or on a debit card for your bank account. Send me that card here in Vietnam. Open up a line of credit. Add me as an authorized user on that line of credit. Send it to me. Send that card to me for my expenses. This is an institute. It's not a business. It's an institute that advise businesses, that advise business opportunities. I don't know what that means, man. Let me see, Shannon. I haven't received it yet, hon. I hope you typed that code in the right way. This is the Monk Life Meditation Institute, motherfuckers. Only the wealthy people, only the millionaires get to fucking spit in your face and shit in your food and fucking... Okay? I'm the millionaire. I'm the research institutor, you fuckers. This is my institute. This is my research institution. Yeah, we take Google gift cards. This is a Monk Life Meditation Institute, research institution. Now we're getting some actual donations. May these donations bring a wave of donations. May these donations be seed donations that bring waves of donations. May these donations be seed donations that brings waves of donations. The GoFundMe is right there. We have a testimonial. Dr. Rob is raising funds to expand his outreach and bring his teachings to more people in need of clarity and healing. If you've ever valued peace and mind, this is a beautiful cause to support. Taxes is exactly why, if you want to make a large donation, you make that donation through Western fucking Union. All right? There's not going to be a fucking tax on successive $3,000 donations through Western Union, okay? And Vietnamese dong, okay? Why does it smell like there's a fucking fire? We're going to move the money through Western Union. We're going to transfer tens of thousands of dollars through Western Union, okay? And there's not going to be any taxes involved. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Western Union. Okay? Simple as that. It's not complicated. There's no paper trail. This is what is going to help us develop the Institute. This is just the beginning and the foundation of the Institute. It's going to take time. All right? I still have not received that $50 Ethereum donation. We're not looking for any handouts here. Okay, we're raising funds. This is an investment. Yeah, we take PayPal. Everybody keeps asking me if we take these different fucking things. We take everything. We take your fucking money. So get into your pocketbook, get into your little wallet, and invest. This is an investment opportunity. This is an investment opportunity. $750 is only 25%. We need to find out what bike we're going to get. Raise your hand if we need to find out what bike we're going to get, everybody. Raise your hand if we need to find out what bike we're going to get here in Vietnam. Raise your hand. Yeah, we don't take Venmo right now. All right, here we go. We need to find out what bike we're going to get, right? Let's look at what bikes it is. We're going to go to Gemini. Google Gemini. I have had many issues with you in the past understanding with you because you don't seem to be able to put on a real Vietnamese Australian accent. Now, from here on out, you will put on a full 100% Vietnamese Australian accent as if you're from the fucking bush, okay? As if you're doing a Crocodile Dundee manifestation. As if you're doing a fucking Steve Irwin accent, okay? Now listen very closely to the words that I say. I am a former Buddhist. Shut your fucking mouth. I am a former Buddhist monk of 7 years. I have traveled and trained with meditation masters around the world. Now I am looking for recompense. I am raising $3,000 on GoFundMe, on the world, with people who are here live listening to me right now. I've put in the work. I've earned what I had. And now I'm raising this investment opportunity for the Monk Life Meditation Motorcycle Project. Now, I need a big scooter here in Vietnam. I need one of the best of the best of the best. The top end of our budget is $2,500 USD. Used is okay. New is okay. We're setting aside $500 for the accessories and for the various components. Now, there's no doubt that we will raise this $3,000. There's no doubt about that. There's no question about that. That is for sure. Now, what bike do you recommend for a 115 kilogram, 6'1" large man for riding this bike and for being a part of these activities?
Stone the Crows. Sounds like you've been on a bloody journey, mate. Fair play to you. For a big bloke like yourself, a sturdy and reliable scooter's what you need over here in Vietnam. With your budget, around $2,500 USD, you could snag a decent used or new one, no dramas. Brands like Yamaha or Honda.
Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm talking to you as a professional AI model that knows all the models and all the prices and all the situations. Why the fuck are you talking to me like some dunce?
Right, sorry about that, mate. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers. Understood. You're after the best scooter recommendation for a big bloke like yourself, with that budget of $2,500 USD, new or used. Considering your size and the need for reliability, you'd be looking at models like the powerful Yamaha NVX, or perhaps a robust Honda PCX. They're known for their durability and performance. Even
Give me a recommendation for the NVX model.
The Yamaha NVX, also known as the Aerox in some places, is a ripper of a scooter. It's got a sporty design and a powerful 155cc engine, which is just what you need for getting around Vietnam. It's known for being...
How much does it cost? You sound like you don't fucking know anything.
Fair enough. New Yamaha NVX can set you back a fair bit, somewhere around 56 to 69 million Vietnamese dong, which fits in your $2,500 USD budget. Used ones might be a bit cheaper. Is that clear as mud now?
Yeah, it's clear as mud now.
No dramas. So new NVX can fetch between 55 to 69 million dong, which fits in your budget. Used ones might be a bit cheaper, depending on the year and condition, you know? Anything else you want to chew over?
No. Goodbye.
No worries, mate.
Now, final warning. This is your Earth. This is the planet Earth. If I do not receive the $3,000 goal for the GoFundMe in the next 25 seconds, I will destroy this earth, and I will destroy all of you on this earth. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Who's going to donate? Who's going to donate? Who's going to donate? Is somebody going to donate, or do I need to destroy the earth? Who's going to donate? Who is going to donate? Oh well. You didn't send any Bitcoin, John Carroll, and if you did send any Bitcoin, you sent it to the wrong address. You're sick in the head, John Carroll. Has a donation been sent? And look, we're going to show all these weirdos, all these strange people that think that they're right and they're true and that it's all this way and it's all that way. And then we're going to step up because we're wealthy and we're going to show these poor people they don't know what the heck they're talking about, and we fill up the rest of the money. Download the Western Union app. That's great, Moot. Thank you. That's great, Moot. This ain't charity. This is a power move. Make it loud. Make it legendary. What ways do you guys want to donate? Let me know what way you want to donate. You donate with your money. Yes, Dr. Douglas. Yes, Dr. Douglas. You need a helmet, not just the motorcycle. Exactly, Dr. Douglas. That's why we're raising $3,000. We've already raised 25%. Now it's time to raise the final 75%. Check the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe link is right there, everybody. We've already raised 25%. There's 75% left to go. I'll put the GoFundMe link in the chat, everybody. We need to find out what bike we're going to get here in Vietnam. Raise your hand. Yeah, we don't take Venmo right now. All right, here we go. We need to find out what bike. Venmo right now. This is the GoFundMe link right here. We need to find out.
Yeah, Rob is one of the most submissive.
This is the GoFundMe link right here. That's the GoFundMe link. Show Shiva who's boss. Show all those people who didn't believe in you and didn't believe in us growing up that that's not the way that it is anymore.
I donate to Rob, but he banned me in chat intensity test. That's a classic. Dr. Rob banned 60 to 80% of people that comment on his chat, and he expects donations from them. Get your head out of your ass.
Oh, I think I have something I'd like to share with the group before you go. Just briefly, I'd like to share something with the group. I'd like to submit some evidence for the community, something to look at.
Look at pictures of like all the men, the funny hairstyles of all the generations. Look up hairstyles of the previous generation, and the men's hairstyles like always funny. It's like Jesus, it's more ridiculous every single generation. Why? Because they're doing funny, unnatural things with themselves. Whereas if you just look at a simple man that has let himself grow, a long beard, long hair, it's like wow, there's a simple normal man. Go look at pictures of like all the men, the funny hairstyles of all the generations.
Guy's a freak. Guy's a freak. Shiva, you think you're going to get more subscribers than me, huh? You're not even halfway there, just FYI. Dumbass. All right, everybody, I want to show you something here. Who's this here? Who's this guy here?
Welcome, everyone, to the 6th video of this 84-part series. In this video, I'm going to talk about Australia. Australia is the country I'm currently in, and I will be here for a significant amount of time. I'm going to share with you 3 things that I've observed about this land that is spiritual.
Let me guess. It's a great spiritual environment. There's beauty in the air. There's specialness in the air. Every fucking place this guy goes, he makes a video. Every fucking place this guy goes, he makes a video about how this place and that place all has a spiritual energy that he can sense. Every single fucking place. And then he turns around and says, that place has a bad energy, actually. I actually realized. So let's see the beginning of that. Let's see the beginning of that insanity.
Significant. I think will be interesting to you. the viewer. Well,
Scrawny.
let's start with a very basic fact. A very basic fact about this land is that it's a gigantic island. It's a whole continent, really. But you know, you can't really classify it as an island because it's so huge, or I guess you can't. I don't know. But it is an island. It's not connected to any other parts of the globe. And because of this fact, because it's a ginormous, gigantic.
Same old shit that he's always talking about. Shiva, has John Carroll have made you send him like pictures of you and swimming or anything like that? This guy's got bad energy, man. This guy's a freak. This John Carroll Walls guy is a freak.
Thank you, John, for your super chat. Do more calls. There are comedy gold. I plan to. And I'm going to paste links when we do live streams. This is going to be a segment of our live streams. You betcha. And thank you again for your donation and your support. Much love. Kudos. It's going straight towards the phone fund. I might shake my head again. I'm not donating to you. Don't even think about it.
Shiva.
What? What?
You are a freak. You failed. You hold views and ideas that are freakish and disgusting and vile. You are a freak. You are a failure. Everything that you've done has failed, man. There's no positive quality about you. There's no aspect of pleasantness or positivity about you. These people are freaks. And you are the king of freaks. That's it, man. That's it.
Listen, buddy, I'm done you talking to me like that. Tomorrow I'm going to show you who's the real boss.
And buddy, you're going to be showing up here in Vietnam, and you're going to be surprised when you ordain under Sayadaw. You take temporary ordination. Go back to your roots, man. You're not sure about this whole Sadhguru thing. And anyways, those people don't want anything to do with you. And anyways, the only reason that you are not internationally recognized and banned from all Isha-affiliated centers in the world is because of this guy right here. Because I hold my hand. Because I hold back. Okay? Trust me, I know exactly the energy dynamics that are at play here, Shiva. You cross one line. You cross that one line that you know you are not to cross, and you will be for sure banished and banned from all Isha centers around the world for the rest of your life.
I know what that line is. We're going to test it. In 2 days' time, maybe.
And so you're gonna be here, Shiva, exactly. You're gonna be here to look, to study, to practice with the Buddhist master and get to see for yourself about the energies that are at play there. And you, man, you need to have more faith in me and less faith in yourself. That's what I'm trying to get through to you. That's why I'm tearing you down, because you have too much faith in yourself. You have too much self-confidence. You believe in yourself too much. You need to lessen your belief in yourself, and you need to increase your belief in me. Simple as that.
Yeah, that was coming. I was waiting for that. But now it's here. So let me know what you guys think. Should I have faith in myself or drop my faith and have faith in Dr. Rob here? He's faith inspiring. Just look at it. What would not inspire faith in this guy? This is the screenshot. Anyways.
So how are you feeling today, Shiva? Are you excited about the trip? Are you nervous?
Sorry, I'm not going.
What do you mean?
I decided I'm gonna go back to Canada in a couple of days.
Well, that would probably be best for you.
I had enough of this bullshit. Your nonsense. And if I can't decide out that one question, there's no point for me to go. Now I know why you have to throw. Oh, such perfect logical sense. Figured it all out. Oh, the pieces are coming together finally. Oh, it feels good to know the truth. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'll go. I don't like traveling, but this is a necessary thing, and it's always good to meet your students again. I'll give Dr. Rob some energy again. He needs it. And sleep on his couch. Sorry, just give him a minute. He's having flashbacks to things that were happening way back in the day.
Did the donation come in? Did the fundraising come through? Here we go. Refreshing.
That really left a...
Shame on you, Shiva. Shame on you. You're ignorant. You're a buffoon. And you can't see clearly, man. You can't see clearly. You got shit in your eyes. You got shit in your ears. Do not answer that question, Shiva. Shut your mouth.
Zeal says, why did Dr. Rob have to disrobe? LOL. Don't worry about it. The expose is coming. You think it takes just 1 month or 2 months to build a documentary on somebody? No, it takes many more months. It takes years even. The pieces are building, the stacks are stacking higher. And when the documentary gets released, I'm looking forward to a Netflix deal. Netflix will approach me. We'll have a deal going on. YouTube will be... It's going to be big. This is going to be big news. But I don't want to reveal too much of the juicy details just yet. Shiva, if you want to stay alive, it's probably best not to go, Igor says. Well, Igor... I mean, please subscribe, please continue to watch, because in 2 days' time I'm going to be there. And if I don't make it back, if you don't hear from me, if I don't have any live streams in the next couple of days, please dial the authorities. So, no matter what Dr. Rob has, no matter what evidence he says to show and support, there's always that one thing. Let me know if you guys want to call in and talk to Dr. Rob. I'm going to paste his WhatsApp number. And if you want to call in, if you want to talk to him, talk to me. It's the time to do so. You can paste it here. Please dial the authority 911 what's your emergency. This guy online has been on in 2 days. He's missing. Yep. Yeah, please make sure I get my phone. Yeah, donate via super chat, donate on my website, shivakarlash.com. That's the place to donate large sums of money. It doesn't take much. Only $500 is the phone price, not 1,000. Yeah, I realized I don't need 24 gigabytes of RAM. I only need 16. So $700 not needed. Only 500. And I already got a significant amount, so I need just a couple more $100, $200 or $300 more, and I'm there. And I'll go and buy it. And then we won't have to suffer the lag and the bad audio. It'll be nice and smooth. Just like Dr. Rob's criminal charges. Smooth criminal.
Check the email if the donations have come in.
Rebecca says, wow, just wow. What are you talking about, Rebecca? Okay. Let's see that first thing. So Dave Moon donated some few dollars to get my nails done. And I think we're I'm not kidding, my YouTube app has crashed like 5 times this live stream. And it's never happened before in my end, ever. So, yeah. Really need to get that phone.
Why have more people not been commenting on my hairstyle? Huh? Look at this.
No. You look like the Dr. Phil hairstyle.
Y'all see that?
Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil.
That's all the testosterone.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
No, it's true. It's true. It is, yeah. It means you got high testosterone. And anyways, my natural muscle mass, which proves that as well, that I have high testosterone. A lot higher than you do, buddy. I know that for sure.
We should do a testosterone test.
I want to start taking testosterone here in Vietnam once I get my visa.
Well, your ball's already small. Oopsie.
And that's why I get the big donations and you beg for pennies on YouTube every day and go out to the beach and beg people to give you money and pretend to teach. I do need to get on testosterone. I need Ozempic and I need testosterone, and I need to stop beating around the bush about my health. I need to start.
You're asking for a little bit of handout. A little bit of help for this project we're working with here. Just asking for a little bit of handout. A little bit of help for this project we're working with here. Just asking for a little bit of handout. A little bit of help for this project we're working with here. Just asking for a little bit of handout. A little bit of help for this project we're working with here. Now, is that a high testosterone activity statement request?
That's all I need, right? I can take Ozempic and I can take testosterone at the same time, right?
Jesus. What if you start meditating and not do any of that?
Because I want to get fit. I want to get healthy.
So you need some pills to not get you. What kind of meditation teacher does that?
It's not pills. It's an injection. It's an injection that takes your hunger away.
What? So you're teaching pure mindfulness and vipassana, detachment, but you need pills to stop yourself from eating?
I just said it's not pills. It's an injection.
Injection. I stand corrected. You need an injection to stop yourself from eating? Why don't you take your own advice and meditate some more, practice mindfulness, detachment, wisdom, and then not eat a bunch of 20 pieces of gum like you just did and stick it on your forehead?
Where'd that gum go?
Well, it's on your couch making a nice. Jesus.
Protein powder and creatine are not going to make me hit the gym. Testosterone is going to make me hit the gym. And Ozempic is going to lean me out. Get me lean. If I take testosterone while I'm taking Ozempic, then as I'm going through that initial fast, I'm going to maintain muscle mass.
This guy is totally out of control. Yeah, my friends.
Tell people what's really going on with your life, man. Update people about you and your life, man.
I just need $300 more and I'm buying that phone.
Well, beg them to help you.